Morning, everyone. We're at the San Antonio Livestock Show today with the commercial doe show. We have a good number of entries today. Our judge today is Mr. Brent Jennings from North Carolina. I've known Brent for a good while, and a great guy, judges sheep and goats all over the United States. We started with the does. I think we've got 10 doe kid classes. They're divided by weight. We have 48 in the first class this morning. They range in weight from 50 to 68 pounds. And I believe that Brent is going to place the top 10, so he's pulling out the ones that he likes at this time.
Let's put our hands together for this group that's exiting the arena. We'll get the arena cleared, and then we'll bring back our finalists for this Class 1 of the commercial does.
Some of the talk is just like literally got papers everywhere. Something while they're walking, and it's pretty cool. Just like,
You want me to get? Is
anything
that?
you think we could look aesthetic would be great. this is
Any
this is
different?
what I've got right here.
Okay.
So you, if y'all need that over there, you need. As you can see, Mr. Jennings has picked out 13 doe kids out of the 47 that we had in this class. Um, Again, if a lot of you people have been around goat shows and sheep shows, and you understand what we're looking for, but when you get into the commercial doe class, we're looking at these females as potential breeding females. They're going to go down the road and be bred, and so one of the things I guess that we all look for as judges is they've got to be structurally sound. And that means the feet and legs have to be right. You want them fairly strong in the top. You want all body parts to blend together smoothly. You want them to have some depth of body, some spring of rib. They've got to get out supposedly in a commercial setting and function, get bred, raise babies. And so we're looking at how much volume and capacity they have, how much bone, how much muscle. And all this needs to be on a skeleton that is structurally sound. So that's what Brent is looking for, and we'll have a placing here fairly soon.
Class 2 commercial does, you should be in the staging area. Class 2 commercial does, you should be in the staging area.
I did not introduce myself. I'm Frank Craddock. I was a sheep and goat specialist with
Avery Fisher.
Texas Agriculture
Avery
Extension Service.
Fisher, Avery Fisher, Collin County 4-H member. We need you to the staging area for Class 2 commercial doe. Avery Fisher, Collin County 4-H member.
I was a sheep and goat specialist in San Angelo at the Research and Extension Center there. Became a specialist in 87, I guess it was, and retired in 14. So I reside now in Medina, Texas. That is my hometown, and my wife and I, Fayreen, built a home there on her home place and are enjoying retirement.
We'll get comments on that class in just a minute as soon as our validation committee certifies the class for us. We also appreciate the Texas Goat Breeders Association for being here today. They are awarding cash prizes to Texas bred goats that finish in the top holes. So thank you to the Texas Goat Breeders Association for your extra support of the goat exhibitors here at the show today. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Jennings. We appreciate that. We appreciate the round of applause for our exhibitors, too. We'll dismiss them from the ring at this time. We thought that ring was a little too crowded, so this from here on in these bigger classes, we're going to bring half of them in at a time.
Those of you that are on live stream, Mr. Jennings was using the wrong mic, I think, and you did not get to hear his comments on that class. That has been corrected, and he will have a mic, and you will be able to hear his comments on Class 2. Class 2, we have 45 head. The weights in this class range from 69 to 74 pounds. Again, we're doing it in 2 heats. So we've got half the goats in the ring. We'll bring the other half in once he gets it picked out of here.
over TaylorFord.com, I guess. If you go there, you can, or if you have loved ones at home, they could tune in and watch the show here today. TaylorFord.com. Thank y'all for your patience. Comments on Class 2?
Well, I tell you, I thought the first class was good. We turned it up just a notch here, though, in terms of quality, all the way down. I think there's some real high-end does that get sorted down. But ultimately, as we take out everything into consideration, I thought this pair of them sorted up for me. And I'll be the first one to admit they're not carbon copies of each other. They don't look a lot alike, honestly. But I think that one that ends up we land on, I'm just a notch more comfortable with her stability out of her hip and hind hind leg, the way she sets her pastern down there, and the way she collects herself when we stop them. If we just ask about coming loose, it's a fair game there up through the front thirds of them. The doe we lead off with, the young lady's got there, I think that one's just presence about her. As you step back off of them and get a look, man, that thing is chest floors where it needs to be. She's wide coming at you and going away. She's square up high, round-bodied. If we fix that one anywhere, if we watch her in motion, her neck could come out just a notch higher at the top of her blade there. If we want to get real peculiar on her, that's probably where we would change her. But I think that's the difference. When she first walked in for me, I thought, man, is that good enough? And she's so stout, is she going to be good looking enough? And as we step back, there's no question that one is. And I think when we put that together, I think very, very high quality. The 1 and 2 intrigued me a ton when she walks in. If you just study the chest and the forearm at this one, when she walked in the ring and her body shape, she's absolutely lethal. That one is as round-bodied and open up in her forerib as anyone we've seen, and I'd put her against a lot of places. From there, she has the wildest pieces, but at times they don't all blend together. Like right now, and that's why we walked them so many times. I think that thing is lethal in motion. When we stop her, you're doing your best, but she wants to do that right behind her shoulder. She's got a little extra set to her pastern there when we stop her as well. She wants to lay back and rock back on her legs there ever so slightly. Now, you talk about front end design and chest and elevation. I like those things quite a bit in that, though. She's got an ugly old head on her, if you will, but I think from there back, that one's body shape's very good. Really nice doe, tough pair there. Lots of variance in the two, but I just a notch more comfortable with the hip and hind leg and the way that one comes out the back side of her blade that wins. The 1 and 3, it's just hard for me to pick holes in her. I'll be honest, she just kept moving up because she's fault free. That one's good body, sound skeleton, and balanced. As you relate her to the two ahead of her, she's not nearly as dynamic up through her chest. She's a little plainer about her forearm there. Doesn't read quite as exotic in terms of her look, but from there back, man, I'd take 100 of them like that. I think very functional and good body, hip and hind legs where it needs to be. Very, very good. The one coming out in 4, the old red leg, she kept growing on me in terms of her body and her width, and I think for me, what separates her is when we ask them to go, I like the way that one hits off of her hind leg over some of them down the line further. We want to make her better. We probably need to lift her up at the base of her tail, make her just a notch longer spine, if you will, to be proportionate as we step back off of them. But I do think that one's look and power and width is very good. Some more extremely high quality ones in here. I thought this class was good. Lots of challenges to sort through here, but I thought that top pair sorted up for me quite well. Nice job. Congratulations to all of them.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Jennings. Placings in Class 2. Our 10th place finisher is Briley Wieland, DeWitt County 4-H member. 9th place goes to Brooke Lacasio, Huffman FFA. 8th place, Cale Smith. Cale comes to us from the Heiko FFA. 7th place is Haley Satterfield, a Jordanton FFA member. 6th, Hayden Watkins, Randall County 4-H. 5th place goes to Ashlyn Martinez, La Pryor FFA. 4th, going the wrong way there, is Avery Fisher, Collin County 4-H member. 3rd, Paisley Akins, Grayson County 4-H. Our 2nd place finisher, Brianna Tiff from Lubbock County 4-H. And our class winner coming to us from Hill County 4-H program, Hadley Holt. Let's give them all a big round of applause. From the Texas Goat Breeders Association, 9th place finisher Brooke Lacasio, Evans Livestock. 7th place is Haley Satterfield, Grody Ranch Show Goats. Our 6th place finisher, Hayden Watkins, Newsom and Ripley Show Goats. 5th place, Ashlyn Martinez, Hink House Livestock. And 3rd place finisher, Paisley Akins, PJ Show Goats. All receive a cash award, compliments of the Texas Goat Breeders Association.
Okay, we're on class number 3. These goats range in weight from 75 to 79 pounds. There's 47 in this class. 47 ranging from 75 to 79 pounds.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the arena. And once again, we appreciate them bringing their livestock to the San Antonio Livestock Show. We have a correction from the Texas Goat Breeders Association. We didn't realize Hink House Livestock sold out to another organization. The fifth place finisher was Ashlyn Martinez. That goat came from south of the Nueces, the breeder on the fifth place goat in Class 2. Let's put our hands together for this group of exhibitors as they exit the arena.
Hello. As was mentioned earlier, there's about, according to my count, 491 commercial does entered today. Of the 491, 460 of those are doe kids. Then I think we've got 22 yearling does and 9 aged does. So a total of 491 head in our commercial doe show today.
Not only are we live streaming on TaylorFord.com, but if you want still shots, these young ladies out here in the ring taking the candids, Fields photos. They would appreciate any support you want to get. Hopefully they got a great one of your child, and you'll want to hang it on the wall. comments on our Class 3 from our judge, Brent Jennings.
I tell you, another really good class, and as we said, I think as you look down the lineup here, there's a lot of really good goats. There's a lot of goats with a lot of differences in them. And as you study them, you could just line these things up about any way you want. And I think have some, be justified, I guess, in what you do. The one that I start with, I think she's got the most tricked out pieces, but yet maintains a really nice look and goes good enough around the ring. I think when you study that one through her chest and her body shape there, she comes at you. She's the one that draws you in terms of her chest being shoved up, her angle to her shoulders good enough, and she's laid back in her knee good enough, but yet her body's good. She's big in her upper hip and her pin, not as shapely down through her thigh and her stifle there as we step back off of them. Maybe that's where we pick on her just a little bit to give her a notch extra look from the side. Once in a while, she wants to get just a notch tight right in the middle of her spine, and I do like that better about the black doe, but I think it's her extra width and pure stoutness of skeleton as we study her coming at you and going away was the advantage for me over the black doe here. The one in second is absolutely dynamic as we step back off of them. That one's chest and underline, I think, is incredible. Love the way that one sets down off her hip and hind leg. At the end of the day, she's probably the lightest muscle one of the initial 6 or 7, honestly, and that's where we change her. We tried to get her full right now, and she's probably got just a notch extra full and takes away from her handle. That thing needs to be just a notch fresher right there over her edge and square to her loin. But man, we've taken pictures of them. That thing's dynamic. There's no question about that. Presented to a high degree. The doe here coming in third, I'll be honest with you, she didn't draw me in when she walked in. Took me a time or two. She handles good, but I tell you, where she moved up is just being fault-free. That one, as we started studying them, watch them go, watch them walk, study that one skeleton, I think she does everything right. If we want to make her just a notch more wow factor up through her front end, give her more look through there, maybe make her a notch shallower in her chest, but I think as you study that one and watch her as she plants and goes, I think some just soundness of skeleton, rib, and body and balance is very good. Not the wow pieces from the side is the one coming out to ahead of her. The one in 4 is another one very much similar to the one right ahead of her. I like the balance. Like the shape and the body. I think she gets out and goes really nice. Maybe just not quite as much look up front as we study that one. Young lady wants to get her head just a little back, makes her look a little shorter neck, but I think that's a high quality, round bodied, big back one there for sure. Some more really nice does in here. I thought in terms of body and width and muscle, we just get some to give up a little look and balance as we get up to the side of them. But tell you, a really good class. It's been challenging for me though. There's some challenging to sort out here today. But a really, really good class. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Thank you for those comments. Placing in that class, 10th place goes to Audrey Batiga, Erath County 4-H. Our 9th place finisher, Isabella Salaya, Judson FFA. 8th place is Mackenzie Rangel, the prior FFA member. 7th goes to Madison Trickle, Cypress Ranch FFA. 6th is Alida de la Paz from the Rivera Coffer FFA chapter. Our 5th place finisher, Emma Jones, Bloom FFA. 4th, Grayson Ferris, Mart FFA. 3rd, Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H member. 2nd place goes to Avery Fisher, Collin County 4-H member. And our class winner, coming to us from the La Pryor FFA chapter, Ashlyn Martinez. Texas Goat Breeders Association add-on cash awards. 10th place, Audrey Batiga, Williams Livestock bred that one. Seventh place finisher, Madison Trickle, Trout Wine Livestock. Fifth place, Emma Jones, Custer Show Goats, and our class winner, Ashlyn Martinez, south of the Nueces Goat Breeders.
By the way,
Get out of the way.
We missed one on the Texas Goat Breeders Association sixth place finisher, Alita de la Paz, Bull Livestock. Sixth place was Alita de la Paz, Bull Livestock.
Frank, it's good to join you here in the goat ring on the live stream this morning. My name is Preston Ferris. Frank and I, of course, have known each other for forever, and it's good to have a chance to join Frank here in commenting on the goat side of things. I've been over helping Norman Coles with the commercial U class early this morning. I think it's very interesting. As we look at these goats and we think about the meat goat industry.
That was the first half of Class 4. Here comes the second half.
I think we need to think just a little bit about how this goat industry has changed over the years. For years, when Frank and I were kiddos and we were showing, we showed a lot of Angora goats and sheep, but there wasn't any meat goat show. There weren't any, and I can remember that about the only meat goats that were stressed at all were a few Spanish goats in the pasture at 4th of July barbecue time. Frank probably remembers those days back where we grew up. We always had a community 4th of July barbecue, and the men would all get together and slaughter goats, and the entire community would come out. But with the influx of the Boer goat into the industry, we saw a tremendous change in the meat goat industry in Texas and throughout the United States as well. The Boer goat, of course, is a South African breed that's very known for the amount of muscle and power that these goats have. And when we put those into our Spanish goats, and when I say Spanish goats, that's sort of the feral goat, the goat that was just sort of throughout the country. Well, it did a tremendous change in the amount of meat that these goats produce. We certainly have seen the Boer goat have a tremendous influence throughout the industry. They have changed the disposition of a lot of our meat goats as well, because they certainly have a little better disposition than some of those. But when we look at the percentage Boer does that we'll show here after a while, and the full-blood does, they're not exactly like what we see out here in the commercial industry right now. These does are all, they used to call this class the weather doe class. Well, there's really no such animal, is there, Frank? I mean, you know, a wether is a castrate male, and so there's no such animal as a weather doe, and I think the show management here has it named a little more appropriately, calling it commercial does. But these were designed to produce the types of competitive goats in the weather classes that will be shown next week here. And so that's what the class is all about. And so even though we introduced Boer goats into the Boer goat industry, or into the meat goat industry, we have sort of a way of Americanizing everything that comes. And certainly these particular goats don't necessarily look like all the initial Boer goats, and they don't look a great deal like some of the purebred Boer goats that we will see that come in a little later. These goats are predominantly Boer influenced, but also when the weather type program was developed and initiated, we saw some other breeds that began to show up. Frank and I think, are pretty certain that there's some myotonic influence in some of these goats, and it's even been hinted that there might be some ibex influence in some of these goats. I don't know that that's the case, but predominantly the Boer is the thing that makes up most of these animals.
One of the other things that's happened over the years, in the mid-90s, we lost the woolly mohair incentive program. And when we lost that with the Angora goat, that's when numbers started to decline, and the Boer goat came in, and so we saw the Angora basically being replaced to some degree by the Boer goat. If we look at the sheep industry, that's happened somewhat the same way. As Preston mentioned, we grew up raising Angora goats and Rambouillet sheep, and that's what you thought of. When I took the extension specialist job, that's what I did, and I've seen two great changes. The other is when the Dorper came in, and they had basically replaced the Rambouillet to some degree. So we've got meat sheep and meat goats replacing two animals that produced a lot of fiber.
Very definitely. You know, another major concern, I know I was an extension.
Thank you for that round of applause. Another set of exhibitors exiting the arena. We appreciate them attending the show again this year.
Those Angora goats, or when that program went away and the Angora numbers began to decline, goats are really very, very important in terms of biological control of noxious brush. And so I was really concerned that if we lose all these goat numbers, what are we going to do? The juniper and things like that are going to encroach. But when we started to get more emphasis on the meat goat, well, the meat goat has certainly taken that place, and we do use those goats in biological brush control. And certainly these meat goats are just as I said before, we didn't really think too much of the Spanish goat. They were just sort of around. Everybody had them for the shearing crews and things like that. But now there's actually a Spanish Goat Association. I don't think it's a registry. I don't believe they record any animals necessarily, but it's an informational association that purebred Spanish goat breeders have gotten together and created, and it's very beneficial to the Spanish goat industry as well. But as I said earlier, there's some other goats that that are influenced in these types of goats. The Kiko, the Savannah, the Boer, of course, all have played a part in developing these goats we see here. And really difficult, I think, for us to believe that a goat could change as much as they have. They're not even anything near the same animal that we knew as a young person. In terms of the amount of bone and substance that these goats have, and the amount of muscle that they carry, and it's phenomenal how good these goats have become.
I think it's quite interesting. You know, we've had the old Spanish goat for years, and but yet there's several things that they bring to the table that's really, really good. You know, they're tough. They get along out there in West Texas where there's not a lot of forage sometimes, and
right now there's not any because it hadn't rained.
yeah, it's true. But anyway, and then when the Boer came in and you cross, I think from a commercial standpoint, when you cross the two together, that makes an animal that's really, really good. And so we do get good things from each of them because that's what they were developed for.
Exactly. It's hard to, that mothering ability of those old Spanish nannies and their foraging ability to get out and hustle and make a living is second to none in any kind of livestock, I think. And yet then we put the muscle and the mass from these Boer goats. And whenever I was moved to Sutton County as an extension agent, there were 85,000 goats in that county. But they were probably at least 80,000 of them were Angora goats. And today in Sutton County, I don't know what the number is, but I'd bet it's less than 5,000 Angora goats. And there's quite a number of meat-type goats. probably their main goal.
Oh yeah, I think everybody's, you know.
I don't know if Frank commented earlier, but I just noticed that these young folks congratulated each other. There's a lot of sportsmanship and a lot of good learning experiences that happen in these show rings.
Once again, we'll appreciate your patience as we certify the class before we allow Mr. Jennings to discuss it with us.
Again, we're just completing class 4. There were 42 head in this class, and they ranged in weight from 80 to 83 pounds.
Frank and I were just commenting. It's just phenomenal the quality of these goats now. The way they're made. These goats are athletic and tremendous body and loads of natural muscle.
Had to crawl off of here.
Yeah. Well, I could go down in front of you and let you kind of.
If I fell, I'd wipe your ass out. Old Terry fell the other day in Angelo.
Oh no.
Going up the bleachers. He's going up to talk to his wife, and he missed a step or something. And I don't think it hurt him bad, but it scared me.
Oh yeah. Good.
You know, Terry's no
Well, guys, if this is any indication of what we're going to continue to see through the day, I think we just keep getting deeper, but at the same time, I'll be the first one to admit every class that's come in here, I've kind of settled here or there for something that I liked, and maybe a place or two I'd change them. Man, I land on this one, and I like this one a bunch, guys. This is my flavor right here, if you will. I think one that runs uphill or balances right. Her cage is good. She's not the stoutest one in here. I don't even pretend she is, but dude, never ever study that goat and say that one ain't got enough muscle. She's shapely back, square edged, good to her shape, to her body, but man, it's her balance and correctness up front. The way she sets that rear leg down is nearly perfect. I mean, for me, the way she plants and pushes there, I think that one gives me the right silhouette. I was way in on that one right from the get-go. I think that's an awfully nice goat. Compared to the two behind her, she's not as wide, and if you just want to sort them on width, the 2 and 3 beat her, but that's not what we're going to sort them on today. I think that's an awfully nice female. The 1 and 2 I liked a bunch. When she walks in, I think another one, her presence, good in her lines, hip and hind leg is nearly perfect. I think maybe just a notch more open up than the one right ahead of her. The difference for me, that one doesn't read quite as exotic up front as we study her in terms of being taller shouldered, a lot more extended. From there back, she's probably wider, though, if you will. I like that about the doe there. I like her body shape. We just don't see quite the look and presence of the one that wins it for us there, but extremely high quality, round-bodied, good-legged one there comes in too. The 1 and 3, if we're talking about wow pieces, she's got them. There's no question. As we step back at a 3/4 angle, that thing is ridiculous in terms of her center body, her shape, her upper hip there is absolutely ginormous. With all that, though, when we make them that wide, she starts to get over her knee, and as you stand back here, you can see it when she wants to get toward far forward in the angle to her blade, notch forward in her knee, doesn't collect herself quite as nice in motion as the two ahead of her. Young man's a good showman. She looks good when she's propped up, but when we ask them to go into motion, I don't think she collects quite as nice as that pair. But in terms of exotic pieces to make elite weathers, she maybe has as many wow ones as anybody. The 1 and 4, I think fundamentally this one is very good. She hits me hard in terms of her balance, in terms of her feet and legs being correct. We study her in relation to the 3 ahead of her. There's not as much goat there. Study her right at her chest and at her knee coming at you. Just not as much female for me in terms of width of skeleton. But man, presence, hind leg, shape to her body is very good. I think an awfully high quality. And there's some really, really high-end goats out here. This particular class was deep, extremely good. I really like that class winner. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Well, that Mr. Jennings certainly did a good job of giving his evaluation of the animals, and I always appreciated, Judge, that what they say matches the animal, and he just uses some terminology that you and I can identify with, and I think those of us that are...
As Class 5 enters the arena, we will give you the placings there in Class 4. Our 10th place finisher, Georgia Munden, Merkel FFA member. 9th place goes to Avery Fisher, Collin County 4-H. 8th place finisher, Kaysen Wink from Post FFA. 7th place goes to Hayden Watkins, Randall County 4-H. 6th place is Dylan Richardson, Gonzales County 4-H member. Our 5th place finisher, Kimber Simmons, Barbers Hill FFA. 4th place goes to Madison Trickle, Cypress Ranch FFA. Our 3rd place finisher, Nolan Lamanick, Tom Green County 4-H member. 2nd place goes to Richard Spencer, the Fisher County 4-H member. And our class winner, coming to us from the Contula FFA chapter, Danica Walker. Our Texas Goat Breeders Association, 10th place finisher, Georgia Munden, goat bred at the No Step Ranch. Our 8th place finisher, Kaysen Hoodell, Blue Team Weathers. Seventh place was Hayden Watkins from Bryson Boer Goats. Our fourth place finisher, Madison Trickle, Compadres Cabritos. And our third place finisher, Nolan Lamanick, Two Springs Ranch. All of those exhibitors receiving cash awards from the Texas Goat Breeders Association. Class 5 now in the ring. First half of Class 5 in the ring, being judged
In Class 5, we have 41 head, ranging in weight from 84 to 86. 3-pound difference in these goats.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the arena. Another tough class. I want to encourage them to come back again.
The show appears to be going really well this morning, and I think it's important for you to understand, the viewing audience, to know how important it is that they have all the volunteers and people who assist putting this show on. I served as a superintendent down here for several years, and that's when you really get to see how hard these volunteers work and all of the things that they do, and it is just so important. And sometimes we as exhibitors have a tendency to take that for granted, and we shouldn't, because these shows, especially one of this size, simply can't be conducted without really tremendous volunteer support. And then our superintendents and the upper management of the show as well is very important. And of course, couldn't have any of these shows and be able to reward the premiums that these young people get, and then eventually the scholarship money that these kiddos get, without the support of contributors and donors to the show. And so I hope that all of you understand how truly important it is to have all of those people who work so diligently.
Class 5 is being judged. 41 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 84 pounds to 86 pounds.
As I watch Brent judge these goats, I've known this young man a long time. He's from North Carolina, and he's an excellent young man. He loves young people. He does this like most judges do because they enjoy it. It's a challenge, and yet it really is a thrill to get to work with these young people and be a part of this industry and watch young people grow and develop. I know that Brent really appreciates that. He's not only an excellent judge, but he's just a fine young man. I think that Frank probably announced earlier that there are 460 doe kids in this commercial goat show. There's 22 yearling does and 9 aged does. But there were, I think, over 700 actual entries into the commercial doe class. It has just grown. This part of the show is not all that old. But it has just grown tremendously. And of course, again, this is another opportunity that young people have to compete for that scholarship that is so important to so many. The San Antonio Livestock Show is second to none on the amount of scholarship support that they give to these young people. And we're so blessed in Texas to have that at most of our major shows. Our young people are truly blessed with the support that they get from these shows and from the breeders and from everybody concerned in the agricultural livestock industry.
put our hands together as we got another great group of youngsters leaving the ring.
Well, I tell you, another really good set of goats here and a quality deep set. I think, though, if you just step back off of them and you draw yourself a picture, which one plants it and poses, the young man's is the place to start. I think that one, in relation to her chest, back into her flank, I think she reads really good in her underline. Shapely up high, balance is good. Not as wide as a couple of them. Plants good off of her feet and legs, not perfect as we watch her go. But I think when we do stop them and ask them to prop up, that's where that one has the clear advantages out here in this particular lineup, and that's the difference for me. The goat here in second is the one, honestly, I wanted to love. When she come in, I think that one's balance is incredible. I think she's got enough muscle. Just like now, she just never gives me a great look propped up. I think in motion, she's lights out. When we prop that one up, she gets stretched a little bit, wants to get easy in her top, doesn't come together quite as well as the one right ahead of her, but just from a body and a hip and hind leg, feet and leg structure is perfect on that one. I think her balance is good. I think she's got enough power. I would like to make that one bigger at the base of her tail there, out of her pins, as you study her from behind. I think that's an awfully high quality one there for sure. The one here in three is the power go to the initial trio. This one's body shape is incredible. Big muscle gut. And I think she props up nice. Partially reason she props up so nice because the young man's an incredible showman. But I think as we study her in motion, she does get more upright and angled to her shoulder there. Gets the break right behind her shoulder. Just doesn't balance through her chest floor, and her breastplate is quite as nice as the pair of them do ahead of her, even though there's more power there. And, you know, that was a question for me for sure, where she lands in there, because I do think that one is extremely high quality. And again, I think that young man gets a ton out of her right there when you get her propped up like that. She's lights out in motion, doesn't come together quite as well. White head, light colored one here coming out in four. I think in terms of body and width and just rib, study that one's bone and foot and stature is incredible. When you study her versus that trio, though, not quite as ladylike up to her front design there through her shoulder. I think she's more forward in her knee there as we study her. Doesn't come off of her hip and her hind leg quite as stable as the ones ahead of her. Gets it back too far past her body. And as we ask that one to get her rear leg up under more comfortably, I'd probably like her just a notch better. Awesome set of goats here. Challenging trio at the top end for me, at least. Certainly everybody's got their favorites out here, but a really good set. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Thank you for your comments on Class 5. Our top 10 finishers. In 10th place from the Pearland FFA chapter, Samantha Guzetta. 9th place, Allie Williams out of the Jack County 4-H program. Our 8th place finisher is Logan Watkins, a Randall County 4-H member. 7th goes to Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. 6th, Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. Our 7th place finisher, also from Hill County 4-H, is, 5th place finisher from the Marion FFA chapter would be Mason Wurzbach. 4th place comes to us from the Clayburgh County 4-H program, J.C. Collins. Our 3rd place finisher is Elvis McRae from Deer Park FFA. 2nd place is Tana Weidenberg from Deer Park FFA, and our class winner coming to us from Sterling County 4-H, Sheldon Coxey. Texas Goat Breeder Awards. Our 6th place finisher, Whitney Drummond, Newsom and Ripley Show Goats. 5th place, Mason Wurzbach, Triple D Livestock. 4th place, J.C. Collins, Humphrey Livestock, and your class winner, Sheldon Coxey, Evans Livestock. Thanks again to the Texas Goat Breeders Association for their support of the program.
are on class 6 now. There's 49 head in this class, range in weight from 87 to 90 pounds.
No, Frank, when we think about the lamb show, a lot of times we talk about whether there's an ideal weight. And of course, if you're really going to hang them on the rail, there is sort of an ideal weight to get the right size carcass and all that sort of thing. But the goat industry is quite different because there's a demand for these goats from very small all the way to pretty good sized goats. And the cabrito trade is a very small kid that Hispanics, of course, utilize that kid, and boy, it's delicious when they prepare it. And but these goats, you know, even when we get to this particular weight class, we begin to see just a little more. You can see more condition on some of these goats. But the goat just doesn't show it much, do they? Because they don't put much fat over their top at all, and they'll put a little in their brisket and right behind that elbow pocket there, but you won't see much over their top line. Yeah, they'll have a lot of internal fat, won't they?
Once again, let's have a nice round of applause as we have another group exiting the arena. Class 6, second heat entering the arena at this time. If you're in Class 7, start working your way to the staging area, please. Let's give another group of kids a big round of applause.
Again, we're on class number 7, 49 head in this class. Weight range 91 to 94 pounds, so we're starting to get some heavier goats.
Well, I tell you, another really good set of goats here. Some give and take, and I'll be honest, I struggled just a notch here to get really super comfortable with how I was going to line up these top three, but I think at the end of the day, I'm very comfortable with it. The young man's here, I think in terms of being the one that combines some athleticism on the move, some back shape and look and presence, and collects very good. I think that's a nice place to start. You know, maybe not just as round in terms of her forerib and opened up in terms of her body as a couple of them behind her, but I think it's overall her look and presence, and then when we ask that one to go into motion, I think she does it well. Her angle's really good to me. I think a very, very nice goat. The 1 and 2, I love that one's hip and hind leg. I love her shape up high to her body. I think that one hits the ground really good and secure off of her rear too. As you study that one up front, the young man is an incredible showman, but loose. Her neck's a little farther forward, a little further down. She wants to turn out at her knee right there just ever so slightly, and that's because she does run up heels so nice, but her blades kick back in her just ever so slightly. Don't read her as good and as comfortable up front as the one right ahead of her, but from there back, that thing is lethal. If you get blindfolded and you just come through and touch them, you win for funsies. That thing is incredible touching. You got her hydrated, back shape, rib, and balance is absolutely impeccable. When we step back off of them and we just take that picture, man, I say that's the one. But when we asked that one to go into motion, she doesn't move good enough for me. And honestly, it was a little bit of a struggle for me at times to get her up this high because she is tight and straight off both ends of her skeleton. We make that thing looser, you just come in here and smack people around for fun. And I still think that's an awfully nice breeding piece, but we just got to correct that for her, make her looser and make her more comfortable when we ask her to go. Man, that thing is lethal. You know how to get them ready. Nice job. Wide. I just think about a truck here when we study this one coming at you. Almost to a point of default. I mean, because that one at her knee gets just a little bit extreme for me. In terms of her body, though, and her roundness to her rib and her upper hip and shape is just absolutely incredible. We need just to collect all that, maybe give her a notch more look up front, and I probably tie into her better. Wow pieces for sure. That thing's got some real neat, cool pieces nonetheless. Some more really high quality ones in here. Some that maybe just read a notch plainer up front for me, but an incredible set, challenging set to sort through. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Class 7 entering the ring at this time. Class 7 commercial does entering the ring at this time. I want to thank and commend all the families and the exhibitors for being to the check-in in a timely manner. It's kept the show moving along at a nice even pace. We appreciate that. Class 6 placings. Our top 10 finishers. 10th place goes to J.C. Wiseun, Tom Green County 4-H. 9th place, Waylon Epley, New Home FFA chapter. Our 8th place finisher is Morgan McBride, Chambers County 4-H. 7th, Braden Becker, B County 4-H member. 6th place goes to Megan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. 5th place is Ryan Mon, Deer Park FFA member. Our 4th place finisher is Jordan Williams from the Floresville FFA chapter. 2nd place is Wyatt Robbins, a Sherryland Pioneer FFA member. 2nd place goes to Kellen Ardle, a HICO FFA member. And our class winner coming to us from the Burnett County 4-H program, Ford Brooks. Texas Goat Breeders Association add-on money, 10th place, J.C. Wiseun, 3R Ranch. 9th place, Waylon Epley, Epley Show Goats. 8th place, Morgan McBride, Compadres Cabritos. 7th place, Braden Becker, Blue Team Weathers. 5th place, Ryan Mon, Shrank Show Goats. And our class winner, Ford Brooks, also from Epley Show Goats. So we appreciate once again the Texas Goat Breeders Association for adding that cash award to these kids. Folks, how about a nice round of applause as we have another group of kids exiting the arena? Thank you. Once again, folks, how about a nice round of applause for some kids taking a handshake home, and your applause is what they're getting this year. We appreciate them coming, and we appreciate your support.
Again, we're on class number 7. There's 49 head in this class, weight from 91 to 94 pounds. Mr. Jennings has it down to 14, excuse me, to 14 head that he's going to place.
We will not have a champion doe kid. We're going to have 10 classes of doe kids, 2 classes of the two-tooth, and 2 in the aged when we come in for the drive. So there will not be an overall champion doe kid. We just place them out, then we move to the next stage, move to the next stage. We'll bring all our class winners back for the champion drive. Also, we will reweigh each animal as they come back for the champion drive.
Well, I tell you, I'll just be honest. I thought this class so far today probably had the deepest and most quality all the way through. And there's some differences in them as you study them. But I think just in terms of deep and sound and good, heavy muscle, stout-featured females, these do a lot of things right. I'm still very comfortable with the one we win with here. And I'll tell you, she's not perfect. I'm not going to say she's the most exotic-looking one we've seen. And if we change her, we make her taller at the point of her shoulder, but that's a sound, perfect-legged, round-bodied, big-backed when they're this wide coming at you, wide going away. She's comfortable in her skeleton. I like that about her. She's good enough looking for me. I think as you study her chest in relation to his flank, I think she reads good in her underline. Her sweep to her rib is good. She's starting to look more like a female. She doesn't have quite the tricked-out wow shape up high and touch, but I think all those things combined with the right kind of skeleton, that's an awfully good place to start. Like that one quite a bit. The one here in second with the young lady collection, you come by at a 3/4, she deserves to win then because her shape is absolutely wild. Her body is incredible. She runs uphill a notch better than our class winner. When we ask that one to go into motion, I don't love her hip and hind leg quite as well as the one that beats her. She's a little stiffer right there in the middle of her loin and gets just a little piece here right there as we study her in motion. But man, propped up, that thing is dynamic. Chest is where it should be. I think she reads good up front. I think that's extremely high quality. The 1 and 3, I think from a balance standpoint right here, I'm way in on that one. I think her shoulder blade and her angle up front, the way she comes out of her knee, I think the way she plants her hind leg and set to her hock, really, really good. Like the shape. When you analyze her, and actually in probably the top 6 or 7, she's probably the flattest right at the base of her shoulder, probably the most average in terms of her body shape. But I think it's all her pieces that do extremely, extremely well in terms of putting those together in a complete package. The doe in 4th, when I walked up and touched that one, I thought, man, this one can go ahead and win because she's just shapely. She's aggressive. She's turn is good. Her body shape's right. We keep studying that one. Her knee and her angle to her shoulder is too far forward. She's too straight, particularly her knee on this side. She wants to get over in her knee, wants to plant her foot out too much for me. From there back, that thing is round, good bodied, good shape one there for sure. Like that about her a lot. I'm not going to talk them all. The 1 in 5th, I thought balanced extremely well. I thought that one needs to be bolder right behind her blade, though. That one needs to touch better right there. The one next in line, the young lady's got, I know she's disappointed because that one has got as much wow muscle as anyone we've seen today, but to a point she's just too round for me, too round on both ends of her skeleton. Some more can be said as we go down the line, but man, you got these things looking good, touching good. That's a good class of goats. Challenges there. Comfortable with the one that wins it, though. Nice job. Congrats to all of them.
Once again, Mr. Jennings, thank you for those comments on Class 7. Our placings in that class, 10th place goes to Jake Gates, Brazoria County 4-H. Ninth place was Carly Waters, Leon County 4-H. Coming in eighth, Ashlyn Rogers, Brock FFA. Seventh place from the Harris County 4-H program, Anna Reed. Our sixth place finisher comes to us from San Patricio County 4-H, and that is Anna Decker. Fifth place, Wyatt Robbins, Sherryland Pioneer FFA. Fourth, Haley Rodriguez from the B County 4-H Club. Our third place finisher is Brazos Blue. He's a Hill County 4-H member. Second place, Kenna Koffel, Freestone County 4-H. And our class winner coming out of the Burnett County 4-H program, Hannah Brooks. Texas Goat Breeders Association add-on. 10th place, Jake Gates, bred by Bryson Boer Goats. 8th place, Ashlyn Rogers by Finley Show Goats. 6th place, Anna Decker, a Blue Team Weather Goat. 4th place, Haley Rodriguez, Wright Show Goats. Our second place finisher, Kenna Koffel. That's a Newsom and Ripley Show Goat. And our class winner, Hannah Brooks, and that was Evans Livestock. Heat number 1, class number 8 in the ring.
We have class number 8 in the ring. There's 48 head in this class. Weight 95 to 98 pounds.
How about a nice round of applause for these exhibitors as they head back to their pens? Thanks for coming out. Hope to see you again next year. Once again, let's give these exhibitors exiting the arena a round of applause. Thank you for that.
Well, I tell you what, folks, I apologize for taking just a little longer there, and I get it, right? I mean, I'll be the first one to admit it took me just a second longer, but at the same time, I don't know that we've had a trio of them come in that hit me as hard as these three did at one time. And I think all of them are extremely good. I think there's subtle differences in each and every one of them. The one we land on, at the same time, as good as all three of them I think they were, honest to God, I was sorting second and third because I think that one is just that special. That one's chest and body shape and mass, but yet maintains a silhouette that is dynamic from the side. I'm way in on that kind. I think her hip and hind legs good. She's not as exotic. I won't say exotic because I think she is exotic. She's not as long-bodied and as extended as the one in second, but that one's piece is in terms of hip and hind leg feature. Her toes go the way they should. She comes at you wide. She goes away from you wide. She's good looking. That's a special creature right there in my mind. I like that one a whole bunch. Second and third, man, they're good. I mean, honestly, the young man here comes in second, come in class with that one right there ahead of him, and they hit me, just punched me right in the stomach and said, we're here to for fun. I mean, we're here to win, and that one does that. For me, the doe in second wants to close up when comes at you and goes away from you ever so slightly as you watch her go away. What's unique about that is when he stops and props her up, that thing is big backed. She's big and wide and big in her upper hip, round bodied, good looking up front, wants to get just a little lazy right in the middle of her spine there at times, but man, she's loose and goes good, but just wants to close up down at the ground for me just ever so slightly when we watch her come at you and go away. But I think that one is very, very good. The doe in three, man, I love that one's kind of hip, hind leg, perfect on that thing. Shoulder blade is right. For me, where we pick on her, you can see it right there. She wants to get just ever so slightly lower in her next set, could just rock that thing back and come out the top side of her blade, just ever so slightly. The other thing this gal does, and it happens sometimes, she wants to hyperextend her hock, particularly on the other side. I watched that thing walk however many loops you saw, and that's not a goat thing. She's sound. She sets them right, but when she wants to brace, she just hyperextends it and takes away from her look there. I think that one's body and chest and up-fronted one there. Like I say, I think all those things are good. Lift her neck up, straighten that hock up just a little bit. That's being critical on one I'd call real special in a lot of classes today. You run into a pretty good, strong pair ahead of you. One comes out here in four. Young man's got, this thing is wild touching, hard shaped, really, really good. Big rump one here. I think as I analyze her in relation to the three ahead of her, it's a little plainer about her shoulder. She wants to push up in her front end just ever so slightly, a little bigger and rougher in her jump muscle there. Doesn't blend together quite as nice as that trio does. But again, young man, you realize I think that's a special creature. And when you come to this show, I know you knew that. You had a good one. You just run into some awfully good ones here as well, the front end of this group. Again, some more really, really nice ones here. I'm not going to talk all these, but I thought this set was really good. Man, that top trio is pretty special. Congratulations to all of them. Good job, guys.
Thank you once again for those comments. Our 10th place finisher in the class was Waylon Epley, New Home FFA. 9th place is Claire Center, a Lamb County 4-H member. 8th place goes to Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H program. 7th place is Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H. 6th place, Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. 5th place, Brett Dreyer, Uvalde County 4-H member as well. 4th place finisher goes to Blake Wells, Cypress Ranch FFA. Our 3rd place goes to Riley Barlow, a Lavernia FFA student. Our 2nd place finisher is Cooper Evans out of the Burnett County 4-H. And coming to us from the Junction FFA chapter, our class winner, Shepard Silvers. Texas Goat Breeders Association, add-on money. 9th place, Claire Center, Mesa View Show Goats. 8th place, Sydney Newsom, Humphrey Show Goats. 6th place, Ford Brooks, Evans Livestock. 5th place, Brett Dreyer, Evans Livestock. 4th place, Blake Wells, Evans Livestock. 2nd place, Cooper Evans, Evans Livestock. And that'll round out the Texas Goat Breeders Association.
There's 46 head in class number 9, ranging in weight from 99 to 106. 99 to 106.
Once again, a nice round of applause would be appreciated as we have some youngsters heading out.
Well, I tell you, it's really still an extremely competitive set here. And with that, I thought the one that wins this class does so real nicely. I think in terms of one that's got her chest where it should be and her rib cage is round, big back one there that's fresh and still youthful in her look, but yet maintains a tremendous amount of body shape, and hip and hind legs good. Not the loosest skeleton one we've seen off either end, but I do see, I read her within her parameters there, and I read her to be acceptable, and I think very, very good everywhere else. I think that's a nice, logical place to go ahead and start. From there, I thought it was a little closer for me in 2 and 3. The young lady here in 2, when she gets that one propped up, it's lights out. That thing looks good. When you get her neck and extended and we get her shape there, I mean, she looks the part. Compared to the one ahead of her, not as good right there in her forearm, probably doesn't blend as good in her top line, looser out of her hip and square out of her hind leg. Particularly the difference, though, is when we ask that one to go into motion, her neck and shoulder wants to get a little rounder at the base of her shoulder. Doesn't give me quite the look up front that that one does ahead of her when we ask them to go, but stopped and propped up. That thing is very good, shapely, good handling one there for sure. The one in 3, man, she's deadly when she gets propped up or loose. I think she runs uphill as good as any of them, and you study her chest shape and down through her lower part of her breastplate there. Love that about her. Love the way she's designed up front and runs uphill. If we change that one, though, as she runs up there, she gets a little flatter up through the base of her shoulder. She doesn't come quite as truly wide and open up as that pair does ahead of her. When she comes at you, wants to close up at her knee ever so slightly, but I certainly think that one is extremely high quality. Very, very good looking one there for sure. The one comes out in 4. Don't give up on me now. You done got her this high. That one, when he gets after it, she balances so well. You stand back here, you go, man, that goat, I don't know if she's got enough muscle and width. I promise you, she does. Get up on top of her. She's wide enough and open up. She's a frame score bigger than the 3 ahead of her. Probably with that, she is the frailest in terms of her feature. Probably a notch closed up in her forerib there, but I think it's her balanced look and presence and soundness of skeleton makes her a nice place for me over the one that comes in 5. That one is as stout and shapely as any, but maybe gets just a little coarse there. Really good set of goats there. Some challenges to sort through, but congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Heat 1 of Class 10 entering the ring at this time. While they enter, I'm going to give you the placings in Class 9. 10th place, Raina Epley, New Home FFA member. 9th place, Tatum Hutton, Jack County 4-H. 8th place, Isabel Chavez, El Dorado FFA. Our 7th place finisher was Briley Wheeland, DeWitt County 4-H. 6th place, Brett Dreyer, Uvalde County 4-H. Our 5th place finisher, Kayla Truque, James Madison FFA. Our 4th place finisher, Jet Wizen, Tom Green County 4-H. In 3rd place, we've got Richard Spencer from the Fisher County 4-H Club. Our 2nd place finisher is Emily Peters, a Kendall County 4-H member, and our class winner coming out of Bell County 4-H, Carson Kirksey. Texas Goat Breeder Association add-on money. 6th place, Brett Dreyer, Evans Livestock. 5th place, Kayla Truckee, Finley Show Goats. 4th place, Jet Wisun, 3R Ranch. 2nd place, Emily Peters, Smithwick Genetics. And 1st place, Carson Kirksey, Blue Team Weathers. Once again, thanks for the applause, folks, as we've got some disappointed youngsters leaving the ring at this time. Class 10 second heat is entering the ring. This will be your preliminary call for Class 11. Class 11 commercial does. Please start reporting to the staging area. Thanks for the round of applause, folks.
Well, I tell you, a really good set of females here, and some give and take, if you will. Wherever you want to lay your priorities, you could justify the top 3 or 4 and sort them any way you like. For me, I land on the one I'm the most comfortable with there. I think as you study her, you like her right out the backside of her blade. She's as bold and as square up high as any of them around in terms of her center shape. I think that's very good. The difference for me, though, in 1 and 2 is her feet and legs. I think she's better at her hock, particularly better at her toes. As you watch her come at you at her knee down to the ground, she toes straighter off both ends of her skeleton. She's more relaxed in the way she goes. Now, the 1 and 2's better up front. There ain't no question in terms of a feminine, more attractive one for sure, but I think the difference is her feet and legs, and I think she's got enough look to go ahead and start the group. The one here in 2nd, she walks through the gate, and I'm drawn to her. There's no question that thing's chest floor shoved up in her. Her neck comes out the top side of her blade where it should. Love that about her. Touch is really good. A notch long body, wants to get easy in her spine, but I don't mind that when we step off to the side. What I get harder on her about is when we ask them to go into motion. You stand right here and you can see both her toes because they're facing me. They need to be turned and coordinated up front. Same thing off of her rear leg. We make that one just a nickel looser off both ends of her skeleton. It's not close then. I think she wins for fun, but I can't change that, and that's the difference for me today. The one here in 3, man, you prop that thing up, kill her good. I mean, she looks the part. Chest is shoved up in her. Body shape is incredible. Love the sweep to her rib and her underline there. I'd like to change her out the base of her tail there. Just make her bigger in her upper rump and hip. Give her more stifle shape to rival that pair ahead of her. But up front and chest and chine, I think is very, very good. I think her look is good. Got some extra feature at the ground too. That's a big-footed, stout-legged one for sure. Comes in 4. We just want to muscle them out. You got a ton of it. That thing is wild back shape, big in her rump, got a big old thigh and stifle in her. She gets more refined at the ground. As you study her in terms of her feet and legs, she wants to get a notch over in her knee as well. She's a little slicker legged, makes her look more refined as well. But up front for me, it's the angle to her shoulder and her knee there. As I study her, I think she just gets a little more forward. But I love the power, love the shape, love the freshness that one has for a big doe there for sure. Some more really powerful ones in here down the line. We're not going to talk them all, but a really, really good set of goats out here. Some challenges to sort through for sure, but an awesome set. Congratulations to each and every one of them.
Class 10 placings, 10th place, Wyatt Whitley, Alice, FFA. Our 9th place finisher, Missy McElroy, Brazos County 4-H. 8th goes to Blake Wells, Cypress Ranch, FFA. Our 7th place finisher, McKenna Gorley, Medina, FFA. 6th place goes to Tatum Hutton out of the Jack County 4-H Club. Our 5th place finisher is Anna Reed, Harris County 4-H member. 4th place, Tori Peters, Brazoria County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Haley Rodriguez, a B County 4-H member. 2nd place is Cooper Evans out of the Burnett County 4-H program. And our class winner coming to us from the Gonzales County 4-H program, Dylan Richardson. Texas Goat Breeders Association, add-on money, 10th place finisher Wyatt Whitley, Wright Show Goats. 9th place finisher Misty McElroy, Flock Livestock. 8th place was Blake Wells, Evans Livestock. 7th place, McKenna Gorley, Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 3rd place, Haley Rodriguez, Triple D Livestock. And 2nd place, Cooper Evans, Evans Livestock.
I tell you, a really good set of females here. Some give and take, if you will. I was very comfortable from the get-go with the one we're going to lead with. I think in terms of her skeletal build and look and balance and having the right kind of muscle shape, that's a really solid place to start this particular group. From there, you got to make some decisions. The difference between 2 and 3 is barely based off of her hind leg set. I like her hock in relation to the ground. I like the way she sets down just a notch better in terms of her rear leg and just her comfortableness as we watch her go around the ring. I think muscle and rib and body's probably a flop between the pair. It's just her movement's a notch better. The 1 and 3, if you want to call her more opened up through her chest, she maybe is. She's probably rounder bodied and just really good touching, but for me that one moves too tight off both ends of her skeleton, too far forward and too straight off both ends. One comes out of here in 4, a little bit of the same can be said. Man, you got her dialed in. Handles incredible, shapely, big back, round bodied when there. Touches good, presents good. For me, that was way too straight and short out of her hip. Wants to get up under herself when we ask her to go, and that's the difference today out here. But a nice set of goats here. Kids are working hard. Good job. Congratulations to all of them.
Placings in our first class of yearlings: 4th place, Roston Bowles, Wilson County 4-H. 3rd place, Peyton Garrett, Panther Creek FFA. 2nd place, Peyton Garrett, Panther Creek FFA. And our class winner from Hill County 4-H, Brazos Blue. Texas Goat Breeders in Class 11, 4th place finisher, Roston Bowles. Titanium Livestock, 3rd place, Peyton Garrett, and 2nd place, Peyton Garrett, both of them PG Livestock.
Well, I tell you, I wasn't sure what we'd see come in this particular age group, but man, this pair of them walked in, and then amongst the pair, the one that wins that, she's smoking. That one's pretty good, folks. Staying off to the side of her, study that one's chest and rib and body shape back into her flank. And then what sets her apart for me, she runs uphill, and her hip and hind leg is nearly perfect. I love that way she sets them down. Not as wild, just crazy muscle, maybe right at the backside of her blade is the one behind her, but there's never a question in my mind if that one's got enough muscle. Her look and build and skeletal quality, so really, really good. Be fun to study her back out here shortly. The one here in second, love the body, love the width she's got. She's opened up wide through the base of her chest there. Not nearly as exotic in her look, not nearly as strong off of her rear too as the one that beats her there, but certainly powerful and very deserving. High quality goat going out here in 2 and 3. 3 and 4 were close. 3 for me, I read her just a notch better back into her flank. I read her softer there back into her mid-rib. I think it just gives her a notch more balanced look as we step off to the side. Relation to the pair ahead of her, not quite as exotic looking, but really right down the middle of the road, a solid female. One comes out of here in 4, and she just doesn't balance up quite right. Massive up high, big-ended one here. I liked her from her width and her power, but as you step back off of her from a balance standpoint, all of her weight's in the front half of her body. We need to drop that flank down, make her softer, and make her bigger rump there. I'd like her just a little better, but love the power and the width that one's got for sure. Nice set here. Congratulations to all of them. Good job, guys.
Placings in our Class 12. Fourth place went to Jada Young, Leonard FFA. Third place, Catherine Carley, Cypress Ranch FFA. Second is Anna Deckers from San Patricio County 4-H. And our class winner from the Brazos County 4-H Club, Misty McElroy. Texas Goat Breeders Association, third place, Catherine Carley. It was Evans Livestock. Second place, Anna Decker from Blue Team Weathers. And our class winner, Misty McElroy, that was a Fry Show Goats. Class 13 is in the ring. Class 14 should be in the staging area. And if you had a first or second place doe kid, you should be working your way, or first or second place of any class, you should be coming back to the show ring again at this time. These last 2 classes are very small. It won't take long.
Well, another nice class of females, and I'll just be honest with you, your top pair of them, they're as opposite as apples and oranges, and you just got to pick your poison and go with it. For me, I landed on the white-headed one there. I just think that one's just a notch more opened up, and in terms of her body shape and her width, we've talked about that all day, having just a notch more to her. I'd like to make her a notch bigger. She's plenty quick in terms of her maturity and full-size frame there, but I think in terms of her width and body and shape up high, that's a nice place to start to go ahead and land on. I'd like to make her just a notch looser off both ends, but I still think very, very good. The one here in second, kind of other end of the spectrum. She's more exotic, flatter about her shoulder, more extended, longer bodied, but at the same time, she's quite a bit narrow as you study her. For a big doe, mature, she comes at you just narrow at the base of her chest, wants to taper down into, to the lower part of her leg. I'd just like to open that one up and make her on a wider skeleton there, but certainly appreciate the look and balance she gives you from the side. The old roan doe comes in third. I tell you, we just talk about meat and potatoes, going out and getting it done. That's the kind of goat that does it for me, and I think from fundamentals, that's a nice place to start. Probably not going to wow you in terms of balance or look, but man, that's just a nice solid project for the young lady. A nice third place goat there for her today. So awesome job. Congratulations to all of them.
Placings in our Class 13, third place Zulia Montemayor, Hidalgo County 4-H. Second place Piper Oliva, Brady FFA, and your class winner Rose Rosa, also from the Brady FFA chapter. Piper Oliva will receive some of the Texas Goat Breeder Association money. Got her goat from Schwartner Show Goats. Final class of the day, Class 14. All first and second place should be working their way back to the staging area.
Well, I tell you, as our last class of females out here in our commercial division, I think anybody that's standing out here watches the one that wins this particular class and says, okay, that one probably needs to win this class. In terms of balance, look, rib shape, still having a tremendous amount of muscle for an aged doe, and shape and turnip eye. Just an awfully nice place to start there. I like that one quite a bit. Got to make a decision from there what you do with the other three. For me, the one here I put second, I like her body condition. I like the way she moves just a little better than the one that was going to go out here next. But I think that one probably doesn't have quite the wow factor you see in our class winner, but still a really solid, right down the middle of the road, sound goat that's in the right kind of condition to go out and make her a nice female. Good class here. Congratulations to all of them.
Class 14, second place was Delanus Marrero, Salado FFA, and our class winner, Audrey Salinas, Sherryland Pioneer FFA. We had a little hiccup in the get along. We do need to recognize that Rose Rosas, Brady FFA, that was also a TGBA goat. And so she will receive some of that money as well. Also, Schwartner show goats. Thank you. Sorry for the misfire. We've got them all checked in. We're going to bring our second place finishers in first. Let's give these youngsters a big round of applause. As well as Mr. Brent Jennings. He spent a lot of time today. He's evaluated almost 500 goats. I think every goat got a good touch. Every kid got a good feel. Let's put our hands together for our judge today, Mr. Brent Jennings. The Texas Goat Breeders Association, they've been quietly in the back. They have handed out $6,000 to your kids this morning in this ring alone. We appreciate them and what they do for the youth livestock. And now our class winners coming into the ring. We do have a $10,000 scholarship on the line for the winner of this event, so that's why we were careful and made sure we crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. Our first place finisher out of Class 1 was Mr. Ace Metter, Leon County 4-H. Second out of that class was Rachel Salcedo, James Madison FFA. Class 2, first place, Hadley Holt. Hadley is from the Hill County 4-H. Second place, Class 2, Brianna Teef, Lubbock County 4-H. First place, Class 3, went to Ashlyn Martinez, La Pryor FFA. Second place, Avery Fisher, Collin County 4-H. Class 4, our winner was Danica Walker, a Cotulla FFA member. Second place went to Richard Spencer, Fisher County 4-H'er. Class 5, first place was Sheldon Coxey, Sterling County 4-H. Second place was Tana Windenberg, Deer Park FFA. Class 6, Ford Brooks won it from Burnett County 4-H. Second place was Kellen Ardall, Hyco FFA. Class 7, our winner was Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H member, and our second place finisher was Kenna Sufall. Class 8, our winner was Shepherd Silvers, Junction FFA. Second place, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Class 9, winner Carson Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. Second place, Emily Peters, Kendall County 4-H. Class 10, the winner, Dylan Richardson, Gonzales County 4-H. Second place, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Class 11, winner was Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. Second place, Peyton Garrett, Panther Creek FFA. Class 12, our winner came to us from Brazos County 4-H, Misty McElroy. Second place was Anna Decker, San Patricio County. Class 13, the winner was Rose Rosas, Brady FFA. And second place was Piper Oliva, Brady FFA. And our final class of the day, Class 14, first place went to Audrey Salinas, Sherryland Pioneer FFA. And second place went to Delaney's Marero Salado FFA. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
All right, everybody. We'd like to welcome y'all out to the 74th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Ryan Coble. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Livestock Committee, and we'd like to welcome y'all here to the Junior Commercial Doe Championship Drive. We want to congratulate all the exhibitors for their efforts and their achievements to get out here to be a part of this. In this arena right now, we're fixing to select one exhibitor to join our scholarship family, and we're going to give away a $10,000 scholarship. With that being said, we also want to thank all of our parents, educators, FFA advisors for helping putting so much time and knowledge into these kids and helping them get into this point. We want to send a special thank you to our Breeding Sheep and Goat Committee, led by Miss Audra Schultz and Dr. Edward Dick. They did a fabulous job getting the show on. And our mission here in San Antonio, as a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas, so far and to date, we have committed to more than $243 million. And right now, we're going to turn the mic over to our judge, Mr. Brent Jennings, and let him go out there and pick our next scholar.
Well, thank you. And again, I thoroughly enjoy the opportunity to sort through these things. And I realize we still got the purebreds to go today, but man, what a set of goats here. What a set of goats. What a set of young people out here getting them presented. And man, kudos to you guys. Ones behind the scenes that put all this together. Absolutely incredible. What this is and what this will mean for these young people is absolutely just one of the amazing things to me coming from the outside looking in here. There's no question about that. So kudos to all of them behind the scenes. I'm not going to get super long-winded. I want to tell you, this was fun. I've enjoyed it, and you know, as I got ready for today, and as I thought about it this morning, and what I wanted to make sure I did today, and ultimately, I wanted to land on goats that I'm happy with, that I'm going to sleep good tonight, know that I found the ones that suited me the best, and hopefully, as you look down the lineup, while they don't all look alike, and I'll never apologize for that. They're goats though that have some wit, some skeleton, they have some muscle, but yet maintain the right kind of look and balance from the side, and I think there's just an absolute tremendous set of goats. And with that, I said there was some we sent out 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10th in class that I'm certain you guys are proud of and should be, because those things were good too, but out of their respective classes, just maybe not have been my flavor, and that's okay. And I won't extend on that. I'll just say, you know, you got to breed the ones you like, and it's nice. We live in a world you can choose the ones you like the best, and you feed them, and you tend to the ones you enjoy. But with that, you know, these kids, as I watched them and I shook hands with them, and you know, I thought about it as we went, and there was several of them that were disappointed when they went out the ring, and I'll be the first one to admit, I get that. My boys have taken a little turn for me at home, and they thoroughly enjoy playing sports, and I tell people I don't know how good they are, but they enjoy it a lot, and we enjoy going to games. And anytime they go up there and they go to bat and they strike out, I've never seen them smile and go back to the dugout and high five their coach. You know, they're disappointed, right? And at the same time, we as adults want to watch these kids spend months and months and months getting these animals ready, and we do it at home too, and then come out here and don't do great, and they're disappointed. Guys, that's human nature, but guess what? That's life too. That you're going to learn from that, and you're going to build from that, and you're going to hit those curveballs as you continue down the road, and that's why this program is so good and what you do, and you guys just keep your head up. You guys continue on. Tomorrow will be a different day. You'll get another judge. Y'all are blessed in the state of Texas with lots of opportunities there to show to, and y'all wish you the best with that. With that, I don't want to talk a lot about the goats, man. There's several of them. If you paid any attention through the day, I'm not much of a poker player. I throw it right out there. If I like something, I'm going to tell you. And there's some of these lighter weight goats I thought were very good. There's some right there in the middle that I thought were pretty dynamic, and some at the other end that certainly fit that bill as well. You pick your poison out here. There's not a right and a wrong answer right now. I hope, and I'm certain when it's done, and my kids show, and every time, whatever one I pick, somebody's going to say, well, this one had this problem. Well, you bet. You bet it did. There's not a perfect one out here. But man, look at the one you got too and realize what I said about them. I didn't say this one necessarily is the one for everybody. This is the one that suits me the best. I am super pumped about the one I'm going to go out here and slap for a champion here momentarily. And I think the reserve follows it awfully well. Awesome set of goats, awesome set of young people. It's been a privilege and an honor, a blessing, respect to all of you, what you do behind the scenes. This has been an incredible show. If you will, do me one last big favor for this group of kids. Give them a big round of applause. I'll show you my favorites.
Our champion goat coming to us out of Class 8 is Shep Silvers. We will pull our second place from that class back in. Cooper Evans. Going to step up to Class 9 for our reserve champion. First place out of Class 9, Carson Kirksey, Bell County 4-H member. Let's give all of our kids a big round of applause. We will need a parent of both Shep Silvers and Carson Kirksey in the show ring at this time. A parent in the show ring with the champion and reserve champion, please.
Okay, we're about ready to start our Boer Goat Show, Junior Boer Goat Show, and we're going to start with a percentage show. So we're asking for the percentage doe kids born May the 9th, 2022 to August the 8th, 2022, 13 records for animals, and we are asking them to come to the ring at this time. Percentage Junior Boer Goat Show.
While they're validating the class, let me go ahead and introduce once again our judge for this afternoon. He comes to us from Kenly, North Carolina. He is the Extension 4-H Livestock Specialist for the state of North Carolina. He's married to his wife, Allison. They have two sons, Zaid, who is 11 years old, and Carter, who is 6. He has a degree from Butler County Community College. That's where he got all started, at JUCO. He judged there. That's in Kansas. Then he moved home to North Carolina, where he got his bachelor's and his master's from North Carolina State. They enjoy raising sheep and goats as a family, spending time together. Sons are active in showing sheep, goats, and pigs, but love sports as well. He has judged shows in 30 states and Canada. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Brent Jennings.
Well, good to be back out here. And if we start into our percentages, I think some really, really high quality goats here, and some that sort up relatively logically for me, and then it's what you do amongst the group of them. I can leave some room for decipher there, if you will. The doe we start with, I love the look. That one's presence up front, her balance about her head, and the way she comes to the top side of her blade is incredibly good. I think her body shape and her hip and hind leg is good. If we change her front feet, could just be lifted up ever so slightly, but that's being critical on a really solid one to go ahead and start. The old dapple goat here comes in two. Love the body, the chest, the width. That one comes at you. Just a shape right there through her center body. I didn't read her quite as neat up front as that one that beats her right there in the base of her chest, if you will. But I think that one is wide and open up and round bodied. That's a close decision for sure. I like both of those quite a bit. And honestly, the doe in 3, if we just step back off of them and we study them from a profile, she wins for fun. That thing is dynamic in terms of her look and presence about her head and her neck. We study her body. I love the sweep to her rib. It's when we get back to her hock, to her pasture, and I'm not as crazy about her. She wants to tuck that leg up under her just a little bit and get it set a little notch soft there at the ground. That's the difference for me. And 4, big body, stout feature one, just reads a notch straighter off both ends of her skeleton through her shoulder and out of the base of her tail there. She gets just a little shorter, steeper out of her rump compared to those ahead of her. Wants to turn her hock in just a little when we ask her to go. That thing's rib and body, all 4 of those kind of match up in terms of type and kind in the front third of their body. One comes in 5, got a nice coat right here. Just runs out of horsepower to run with them gals in front of her in terms of width and power and dimension today. Just not quite enough goat there. But awesome start to this deal. Congratulations to each and every one of them. Nice job, guys.
Placings in our first class of percentage doe kids. 5th place goes to Braden Wallace, Lavernia FFA. Our 4th place finisher, Maggie Minter, Aledo FFA. 3rd, Case Carpenter, Prairie Valley FFA. 2nd, Samantha Sullivan, Aledo FFA. And our class winner, also from Aledo FFA, Rebecca Sullivan. We've got our next class staged and ready to go. We'll invite them into the ring at this time. Percentage does February 9th, 2020 to May 8th, 2020. We made a mistake on that last class. 1st place was Samantha Sullivan. 2nd place was Rebecca Sullivan. Had them inverted, sorry.
Well, I tell you, another good set of females here. A little room for some sort, but comfortable with the one we land on. I think as you step back off of them, you want to just kind of pencil that silhouette of what you want them to look like. She balances as good as anybody out here. I think the doe runs uphill. She's attractive about her head and neck. You know, if you want to get picky on her, she could be just a notch wider, coming at you and going away. But I'm going to go ahead and land on the soundness of skeleton, the look and the freshness she brings. Let her go ahead and start. The 1 and 2 is more powerful. That one is wider, if you will. She's a notch around her body and bigger than her upper hip. You can see her hind leg and her shoulder there. She's too straight on both ends. She wants to just kind of waddle a little bit. We made to make her looser off both ends, and we like her better. Like the shape, the power, like the head shape there. I think her balance is very good. You know, we want to just say power in the 1 and 3, and that's somewhat true, but at the same time, she's a little bit like me. She's got too much condition on her. That one's been eating good. She's just too plain in terms of her condition. She's too plain in her shape, and with all that extra weight, she's starting to get down a little bit, rock back on her pastures there. We need to lift that one up. We need to trim her up for this stage in her life. I'd like her better because that is a wide-based, open-up, wide skeleton goat there for sure. From a volume standpoint, probably has the most, if you will, at this particular class. White-headed doe here, man, love the front half of this goat. Think her balance is good, her head and her shape there. We study her through the base of her forerib and back in the sweep into her rib. Love those things about her. Need to make her bigger rump. We study her right from behind. The widest part of her body is in the center of her shoulder. She progressively gets narrower. We need to transition that to a bigger rump and hip, and I'd like her better. Don't mind the way she gets around, though. Certainly a very nice goat there. Well, I won't talk them all, but the goat in fifth, I thought that one is truly open up and muscular as much as anyone in this particular group. But at the end of the day, that one just doesn't have quite enough good looks for me. Needs to balance up. Needs to be a little more ladylike about her neck and her head there. I'd probably like her just a notch better than. But awesome set of goats here. Lots of differences in them. You pick them like you like them, but awesome set. Good job, guys.
Placings in our second class of Percentage Doe Kids. Fourth place, Natalie Troyer, Clearbrook FFA. Third place, Natisa Ramirez, Rio Grande City FFA. Second place, Casey Stevens, Mullen FFA, and our class winner from Clearbrook FFA, Riley Castle.
Another nice set of females here. We keep our priorities pretty simple. We just base it on terms of build and look and presence and some power. I think most of us would gravitate towards the female that leads the class off. Now, I'm not going to tell you she's perfect. She needs to be better in her spine. She wants to roll up in the middle of her back there ever so slightly and tuck her hind leg just a little bit. But I didn't think for half a second not to go ahead and use her still because of her power and look and presence. I think those things are very, very good. That's a nice place to start. The old white-headed doe here in second. Love the body shape. I don't mind her moderation and frame size. For me, it's more of the way she handles her hip and hind leg, not quite as nice as our class winner, not quite as ladylike up front, maybe not as extended, but still a really powerful, good built one there for sure. Doe comes out in 3, and I'll be honest, this one maybe I wanted to call her just a notch taller fronted, if you will, maybe neater right at the base of her chest floor. I like that about her. I'll just tell you, her head and neck is not very ladylike, though. I mean, she's kind of coarse and plain-headed there and thicker about her neck. But more critically for me, it's the way she gets around. She's a little more refined at the ground, got a notch extra set to her hind leg. Don't mind the body shape, like the chest, like her width to go with it. The doe that comes out in 4, if you just run her head out here, I love that one's presence about her head. I like her muzzle shape and her width there. I think as you study that one back, she's a little contradicting because she's not as wide as she you would think. That one actually comes to me just a notch narrower as we study her through her chest and the way she's made in her rib cage and from behind. That's the difference for me. I think that one's look from like the profile's as good as anyone out here. I just wish she, with all that extra frame and length, there was a notch more width to it. I think it's easily bred into that one for sure. It's definitely a nice breeding piece. Out here comparatively just needs more goat there. But awesome set here. Challenge and set to sort through. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Placings in Class 4, third place was Maddie Boyd, Nolan County 4-H. Second, Maya Moreno, Edinburgh Vela, FFA. And your class winner, back to Nolan County 4-H, Maddie Boyd again. Moving on to Class 5. Percentage yearling does February 9th, 2021 to August 8th, 2021.
Another nice set of females here, and I'll be honest with you, I had this class placed a little bit of every which way in my mind at some point in time, but it kept coming back to the female we start with. I think fundamentally she's the best one in terms of her build and her kind, her width, her look and presence is very good. I'll be honest, she's a little more condition on her than I'd call ideal, but I still think it's her presence and look and shape makes her a nice place to go ahead and start. The 1 and 2, I think very high quality. Like the look and presence of her, like her shoulder, like her angles up front. I wish she just had maybe a notch more to her in terms of her width and her body shape there as we study her right there in her forerib, but I certainly like that one's kind. The doe in 3, my guess is in her day, she was pretty lethal out here in the show ring because that one is wide and open up and square. That one's been just too much at the table for me. She's got way too much white muscle on her. We need to trim that one down, make her more leak to her front end. I'd like her better. I kind of worry about her from that standpoint, and that's why the doe in 4th here, we're not going to talk them all, but she times I had her up higher because I do like that one where she's at from a body condition standpoint. I like the look up front. If she's sounder off her feet and legs, because to me, she's got too much set, drops her pins and gets up under her. If she is sounder, she runs in there today because that's a nice doe in a lot of ways, but for me today just didn't quite get around good enough. Another one there, you got a big stout one for sure, kind of wants to do like a turtle and get up in her back and slow off either end. For me, we need to change that in the way she gets around today, but awesome set of goats here. Congratulations to all of them.
Placings in our percentage yearling does. 3rd place, Jada Young, Leonard FFA member. 2nd place, Patrick Goodman, Bastrop County 4-H, and our class winner from Collin County 4-H, Avery Fisher. Now coming in the ring, we have our 2-year-olds, February 9th, 2021 to February 8th, 2021. I think that's a typo. 3 individuals.
Good class of females here. I think as they walk in, though, I'd like to think that a high percentage of us would find our class winner. I won't say what percentage of people would find this one or wouldn't, but man, she sticks out in here. That's a high quality female. Good in terms of her look, her balance. I think she's a real logical place to start. That's a high quality one there for sure. Be fun to study her out here against some others here shortly. I don't take nothing away from the ones in 2 and 3, but that was where the sort was. For me, the goat in second needs to be more attractive. That one needs to be more refined about her head and neck. Girls having a good time with you. You can tell she loves that goat, though. There ain't no question about that. The goat probably just needs to have a notch more balance. Powerful, stout, big-bodied one there for sure. Young lady's got one in third. It's the opposite. Honestly, yours is super attractive, refined about her head and neck. Love those things about her. I'm not crazy about her hip and her hind leg, and that's the difference. When you watch her just standing there, she tucks her hind leg up under her. We need to kick that thing back, give her more set to her hip and hind leg, and I think she certainly moves the second then if you do that. So that's where the decision is in here. Nice trio of them. Congratulations to you 3 young ladies. Nice job.
Second place, well, third place in that class. Autumn Stage, Canyon Lake FFA. Second place, Lily Lunday, Guadalupe County 4-H member. And first place, Rebecca Sullivan, Aledo FFA member. One class of percentage does left. 3 individuals in that class. I know one of them was showing in the last class. We'll give her a second to loop around, pick up her other animal. If you had a first or second place percentage doe, please work your way back to the staging area.
Well, I tell you, a challenging trio of them here, and they're each one of them has some merit, and each one of them has a place or two you would change them. And I just was the most comfortable with the young lady's traditional marked one there, if you will. I think from a balance standpoint, it's very good. I think she reads good in her lines. I think she's got enough shape and body and trimness to her still. I think she gets out and moves okay. If we're going to kick picky on her, I'd like to neaten her up through her lower part of her chest there ever so slightly. Maybe rock that neck back just a nickel in the way it comes out the top side of her blade. But from there back, I think her hip and hind leg is good, body shape's good. Oh, dark goat here comes in too. I think from her knees and her hocks up, I like that one. I like her chest. I like the shape to her body. As we get in behind her, I like her width up high. I'd like to stouten her feature up at the ground, make her hind leg coordinate with more stability. She gets way up under herself when we ask her to go, and that's the difference for me. Just needs to be stouter in her feature, more coordinated there. The doe that comes in 3, if we just study the first half of her, I'm way in on that goat. Her chest, the way she comes out of the top side of her shoulder and her blade there, I just love that up front. It's from her hooks to her pins and the way she coordinates off of her rear too today. Just not quite stable enough. Doesn't set them down quite as good as I'd like to see. But from there forward, that's an awfully nice individual. A tough set of 3 here to evaluate. Some challenges to sort through. Congratulations to all of you.
Placings in Class 7. Third place, Rebecca Sullivan, Alito FFA. Second place, Jada Young, Leonard FFA. And our class winner, Corrine Smith, Kendall County 4-H. This time we will bring back all of our first and second place from each class. We'll select our champion percentage doe, and this is a $10,000 scholarship winner. The scholarship committee is not here right now. They're going to come back later. We're going to pick them, give them their banner now, and then we'll get them back in the ring in a little bit to have the formal presentation.
Second place, Class 2.
Class 2, second place individual. Coming back into the ring at this time is our second place finishers in each class. We'll get them lined up, then we'll go to our first place finishers. Coming to us out of our percentage doe kid class, May 9th, 2022 to August 8th, 2022. Our second place finisher was Rebecca Lee Sullivan, our class winner, Samantha Sullivan. Class 3, percentage doe kids, February 9th, 2022, May 8th, 2022. Second place, Casey Joe Stevens. First place, Riley Castle. Class 4, percentage yearling doe, August 9th, 2021 to February 8th, 2022. Second place, Maya Moreno. First place, Maddie Boyd. Class 5, percentage yearling doe. Second place, Patrick Goodman. First place, Avery Fisher. Class 6, 2-year-old does. Second place, Lily London. First place, Rebecca Sullivan. And Class 7, aged doe. Second place, Jada Young. First place, Corey Smith.
Well, again, as we get out here to pick a champion percentage, my hat's off to you kids. You've done an incredible job. Though our numbers may not have been just huge, I think the quality has been extremely, extremely good. I'm very pleased as we look down the lineup here of our class winners and our seconds. I think each one of them are goats that have some look and some balance, have the right kind of shape and width, and then have some power to go with it. I think an awfully nice set. This is a huge deal, you know, and I think as we get them back out here and I get ready to pick one, and they mention you're going to get somebody's going to get a $10,000 scholarship, man. That's huge, guys. I hope you realize that that's a very, very impactful way to do things. So hats off to San Antonio for that. Just an incredible set out here. I'm not going to take too long. I'll tell you, I thought the first class, there was like 4 of them in there, I thought were all pretty good, and those hit me awfully hard. I thought the second class there had a real nice class winner. You know, question mark, is she stout enough? And then we got down actually to like class 5. That older doe there is one that I like quite a bit as well. I thought that was one that really suited me awfully well in terms of where she's at condition-wise. Look and balance is very, very good. So a couple different options out here you could do. I'm going to give them one last glance. I'm pretty comfortable, though. I know which ones I like the best. And again, hats off to you guys. Awesome set of goats. If you will, let's congratulate all these young people, and I'll show you my favorites.
Your champion percentage doe kid comes out of the kid class, Samantha Sullivan. We will move Rebecca Sullivan over and into that position for the judging of the reserve. He goes right back to that same class for his champion, or his reserve champion. Let's give him a big round of applause, all these exhibitors. If I could have parents of the champion and the reserve champion to come in the ring at this time, we have some validation things that we need to take care of. So if I could have them come into the ring at this time so we can have a parent present for this validation stuff. This will be your first call for the full bloods. Class 11 full bloods, 9 individuals in that class. If you'll start working your way to the staging area, my girls are ready to check you in. Class 11 full blood doe kids.
We start into our full bloods. Really a nice way to start this off. A pair of them that I thought sorted up really logically, and then it gets really close. And I don't have a big dispute with somebody if you like to swap the pair, because I think there's give and take. I land on the one, I just read her to be a notch wider and more opened up. I read her to be a notch more extended about her neck and more refined about her head as we study her. I think it's a little bit of toss-up out of their upper hip, though. I think that's where we get on the doe just a little bit that wins. I trim her up just ever so slightly and make her bigger right from her hooks to her pins, if you will. And I thought that's where the advantage lays in the goat here in second. I thought that one just kind of wedges the right way, if you will, from her shoulder back to her rump. It's because her hip is so big. I'd like to give her a notch more width right there in her forerib, make her blend from her shoulder to her forerib just a notch better. But sound, good looking, nice goats. That's a nice pair. Good way to start us off. Young man's got a really solid red one here. There's nothing wrong with your goat, buddy. You should smile. Matches your shirt there. That's a nice female. Good, sound, round-bodied. If we want to pick her apart, she probably needs to be more attractive. See, her neck comes out a little low out of her shoulder there. Maybe not quite as extended up front as that pair ahead of her. But from there back, you got you an awfully nice female. Some more high-quality ones in here. This is a good set of goats here. Really challenging top pair, if you will. Congratulations to all of them.
Placings in full blood class 11. Third place, Wyatt Tucker, Lampasas County 4-H. Second place, Casey Stevens, Mullen FFA. And our class winner from the Leonard FFA chapter, Jada Young. Next up, we'll have full bloods class 12, February 9th, 2022 to May 8th, 2022. 20 individuals in this class. We will be placing 6. 20 individuals place 6.
Nice class of females here. Some give and take. Ultimately, we land on a top 5 here, I think, or were the ones that suited me the best. But there's some, like I say, some give and take, particularly in this top pair. I thought that was where we needed to land our hand towards, and they're different. For me, I thought the fault-freeness of the one that wins is why she does so. Like her correctness up front, like her extra length and extension there, if you will, at the top side of her shoulder and her length up high. If we change her, I want to pull her knees around and make her toes straighter off her front end. When we watch her go, she wants to push those feet out and splay too much. From there back, though, I much prefer her hip and design from her hooks to her pins, the angle she reaches to her hock, and the way she plants that rear leg down versus the 1 and 2. Probably from just a performance and a width standpoint, the doe in second has an advantage. That female is beautiful about her head. The way she comes into her horn there, I think comes out the top of her shoulder good. Rib shape's good, a little further along in condition. For me, it's the biggest thing is her hip and hind leg set. She's too short and straight there, wants to get restricted as we watch that one go off both ends of her skeleton. Like her propped up quite well, like the power, like the width of skeleton, the ribs she's got, like to trim her down just a tick too. Young man's got another red one here and just fundamentally does all the things right. If you watch her go, she's sound, she's good on her feet and legs, she's got enough muscle and enough rib. She gets up there by default for me, just being fault-free. You study the ones on either side of her, you don't maybe see a wow factor, but we don't see anything wrong. And that, to me, is worth a lot right there. That's why she comes into 3. The doe in 4, man, she hits you when you walk in. You thought, man, here's one we're going to slide up higher because she is good up front. She's stout-featured and big-legged. Good-haired one here, presented very highly. For me, it's when we ask that one to go into motion. She just doesn't coordinate enough. Wants to get a little high in her spine right there, a little tight as we watch her go. That's the difference for me. I want to make that one looser. Doe that winds out her top 5. I love this one from her hook bones forward, like that one's body shape, like her width through her chest is from her hooks to her pins. Study her from behind. She flattens way too much, wants to come in at her hock, wants to funnel in the base of her leg there. We need to make her bigger there, and we'd like her more. Challenges set here. Lots of high-quality goats in here. You pick them like you like them. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
We're ready for Class 13 to come in the ring. 20 entries in Class 13. Placings in Class 12. 6th place, Kayla Lott, Marion FFA member. 5th place, Maya Moreno, Edinburgh Vela FFA. 4th, Jada Young, Leonard FFA. 3rd place, Wyatt Tucker, Lampasas County 4-H. 2nd place, Natisa Ramirez, Rio Grande City FFA, and our class winner coming to us from the Kendall County 4-H chapter, Corey Smith. Class 13 entering the ring, 20 competitors in this class.
I tell you, a competitive set of goats here, some give and take, if you will. I thought it sorted out to a top pair of them for me, and I like both of those females quite well. But I think as you really get down, you study the pair, the differences are small, but they're important. And I think for me, that old cape-fronted doe there, it's her extra trimness right in the base of her chest. It's the shape to her body. It's the way she handles her hip and hind leg and sets herself apart. I think that's a pretty unique female out here. And in terms of her body and shape and her skeleton, I think that's an awfully nice place to start. Take nothing away from the 1 and 2. I like this female. I wanted to call her in my mind stouter, is what I wanted to say. But if you get in and get your hands on her, that's not the case. She looks it because she's fatter, for sure, but she is not stouter than the one ahead of her. She's a little tighter off of her hip versus that one. Love the balance that one. Her top line is nearly perfectly level up high. You know, you like that about her, and I think she moves good enough too, but I think that's the difference in the two. You want to call her more powerful, but I don't think she is. I think she's just got more condition on her. Big, stout, powerful one here in 3, though. There's no question about that. She's wide coming at you for sure. Young lady is trying to fix her problem right there. It's from behind, though. She wants to tuck and bring her hock in. If she maintains her width from her chest back, that thing's incredible because she's wide-chested. She does not do that, though. She gets narrow out of her hip, wants to come in at her hock there too much, doesn't give me quite enough true power from behind. The dapple goat's one, you just really got to read that one over and over and over because all that color throws you off, but I think that one's very good. Compared to the ones ahead of her, there's not as much goat there, not in terms of her body, particularly out of her hip, not as much in terms of her rib. Love the balance, love the correctness. The skeleton that female's got, just not enough goat there to get up any higher. 1 comes 5, propped up, we're all in on that one. Balance is good, presented very, very highly. Love the front end. When we ask her to go into motion, she doesn't move quite good enough today for me to get her up any higher, but love the skeletal build up high, like her levelness and the way her neck comes out. Just need to correct her from her knees and her hocks down. We like her just a little better. Competitive set here, challenges set to sort through. Congratulations to all of them. Some more really high quality ones for sure.
Class 13 full-blood yearling does. 6th place was Dante Rodriguez. 5th place, Dante is from the Sharyland Pioneer FFA chapter. 5th place went to Rebecca Sullivan, Aledo FFA. 4th is Maggie Boyd, Nolan County 4-H'er. 3rd, Maya Moreno, Edinburgh Vela FFA. 2nd, Natisa Lynette Ramirez, Rio Grande City FFA, and our class winner from the Aledo FFA chapter, Samantha Sullivan. Coming in the ring at this time, class 14, full-blood yearling does, February 9th, 2021 to August 8th, 2021. 14 individuals in this class, yearling does, full-blood yearling does, 14 individuals.
Another nice set of females here. I think it's very good, but at the same time, I land on our class winner relatively quickly, and I think that's a nice, solid place to start. I think in terms of the fundamentals of being correct in her feet and legs, and her chest is where it should be, balance is good. That's an awfully nice female. I think does a lot of things really, really good. The one here in two, from her front end, from her shoulder and her angles to her neck, I think is very good. Her balance is good, rib is good. I'd like to change her from her knees down to the ground. She just gets a little weird in the way she sets them down, wants to get outside of her body there as she comes at you, not as square on her toes there as she wants to set them down for me. But I like the body, like the width of that goat for sure. A lot of quality. Doe comes out in three, another big rib one, long and feminine, attractive about her head and neck. I'd like to make her just bigger in terms of her pin set, like a bigger, just more impressive as you get in behind her, but certainly like that one from there forward. Young man's got a nice goat here. He's brought a good set to me today, a fundamentally sound one, correct in terms of her kind. I think when you analyze her versus the ones ahead of her, not as much of a wow factor. A little plainer about her neck, a little coarser about her head. Just doesn't give you quite that look, but still a very deserving one out here. Good set of goats here. Some challenges to sort through for sure. Congratulations to each and every one of them. Nice job.
Placings in Class 14, fifth place, Jonathan Harris, Lampasas FFA. Fourth place, Dante Rodriguez, Sherryland Pioneer FFA. Third place, Maya Moreno, Edinburgh Vela FFA. Second place, Corey Smith, Kendall County 4-H. And our class winner from Goldberg FFA, Mackenzie Reynolds. Now ready for Class 15, 6 entries in Class 15. We've got a couple kids that are looping back around. We'll give them a second to get up here. I do believe we have all of them present. Class 16 will be next after this class, only 4 in that one. If you had a first or second place in any class, please start working your way back toward the staging area.
interesting set here. We got a little variance in age. We got some variance in where they're at in terms of production and their life cycles. But for me, I'm comfortable with the doe that wins it. I tell you, from one that's getting out there and doing what we ultimately hope they will all do, she's doing a good job. Got a nice kid, got the right kind of udder and teat shape there. I think she's refined in terms of her look, raising a nice kid. I think all them things combined makes for me to use her in a logical place. Love the doe in second, standing still. That thing is massive, round-bodied, big rump. For me, she's plenty heavy in terms of condition, where she's wanting to start to get down just a little bit on her feet and legs. Honestly, if that one, we lift her up on her toes there, make her more refined about her front third, that one gives a run, because I love the composition, love the build of that one for sure in terms of width and her look from the side and balance. We just need to trim her up, make her more correct as we watch her go. A little bit of the same can be said for the dappled up doe. I'd like to see her neck come out higher at the top side of her blade there, trim her down, make her better in terms of her skeleton. She's wanting to get down on both ends of her skeleton, a little too much on her feet there, if you will. Some more real high quality ones. A little bit of the same can be said for the one that comes out in fourth. Just gets down too much for me on her feet there as we study her. Another one doesn't have quite enough to her. And then one that rounds us out. It's a nice doe. You can tell she's been in production. Needs to probably change that udder doe just a little bit for me personally. But good set of goats here. Congratulations to all of them. Nice job.
Full blood, 2-year-old does. Third place, Maddie Boyd. Second place, Corey Smith. First place, Samantha Sullivan. Coming into the ring at this time, class 16, 4 records. We will be placing 2 of the 4. All first and second place finishers in the full blood show, please return to the staging area. All first and second place finishers in the full blood show, please return to the staging area.
I tell you, a nice way to wrap up our female show here. A competitive set, some give and take. I'm comfortable with the one, though, we land on. I think from fundamentally sound, we talked about it all day. Balanced sound, good hip and hind leg. I think does all those things correctly for me today. You know, not a wow factor there, if you will, but fundamentally very high quality. 1 and 2, wide. I mean, it's like a truck. And then to a point of default where she might be just a notch extra full right now because she's starting to waddle just a little bit and doesn't want to come around the ring quite as nice as the one right ahead of her. And we change her there to her legs just a little bit. But man, certainly a breeding piece for sure. One comes out of here in 3, like the length, the extension up front, like to make her leveler out the base of her tail, clean her up through her chest floor there ever so slightly, but really high quality go. Good set of 5 here. All of them are nice goes. Congratulations to all of them.
Placings in Class 16, third place, Samantha Sullivan, Alito FFA, second place, Kaden Harris, Lampasas County 4-H, and first place, Maya Moreno, Edinburgh Vela FFA. We'll get all of our class winners and our second place finishers. We'll come in here, we're gonna select us a champion full blood. That person will be the recipient of a $10,000 scholarship. We'll get them all lined up here as quick as we can.
Well, I tell you what, folks, it's been my honor and privilege to be here today and have the opportunity to sort through all day long a bunch of goats. We went through our commercials this morning and our percentage and now our purebreds. And again, I don't ever apologize for the ones I pick, guys. I find the ones that suit me the best, and man, I try to stay consistent to that. And I think out here, as you look at this set of goats, there's probably a trio of them that I think are all very, very good or special in my mind. And it comes down not which one I like the best out here. Your reserve is what I'm trying to make my mind up over, to be honest with you. And again, I tell folks at the end of the day, my goal out here today was not to make essentially please every person in the crowd. My goal when they hired me was to come find the goats that I like the best. So if you got one different than me that you like better, kudos to you guys. I'm not going to argue with you, I promise you, because if you get the chance to sort them, and I will watch you and let you do it, guys. And so best of luck to you, because it is a challenge. It is a challenge and lots of differences out here. So I'm not going to talk about the goats. We've done that enough today. I want to say thank you to the folks behind the scenes, the ones working the ring, all the folks that have got these goats through here in an orderly fashion. We've been through a bunch of them today, and this has been fun. Kudos to my ring help there. I really appreciate what all they've done, the people behind the scenes that organized this show, the scholarships. Again, this is life-changing, folks. This is a big deal. So kudos to all of you. With no further ado, it's been my pleasure. I've thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to do this today. I found ones that I like. It's been an honor. You kids are awesome. Whether you win out here today or you don't, y'all have done an awesome job. I wish you all the best down the road. Whatever endeavors you choose to take on in life, I wish you the best of it. Guys, you keep your heads up. Tomorrow's another day. You'll go show to another judge, and then certain outcome could be different. So best of luck to all of you. I'm going to put the mic down, show you my favorites, but I'd ask one last time, if you will, let's congratulate all these young people on an awesome job.
And at the same time, let's give Brent Jennings from North Carolina a nice big round of applause. Done an outstanding job since 8 o'clock this morning. It's been a long day, and he has worked diligently with these young people and their stock. Our champion full blood comes out of class 13, Samantha Sullivan. A $10,000 scholarship goes along with that. We'll move our second place from class 3 over. He goes right back to the second place finisher, Natisa Ramirez, Rio Grande City FFA, out of that class 13. Let's give all of our exhibitors a big round of applause. Thanks for coming out. We need our champions and reserve to stay in the ring. We'll get some photos and some validation paperwork taken care of. And then we're going to move on to the Angora Goat Show. Audra is so excited about the Angora Goat Show. Time to get the Angora goat show started after we got all our pictures made with our percentage and our full-blood Boer goats. We're gonna bring in class 1, and that is our doe kids, 28 in the class. As they enter the ring, I'd like to introduce our judge to you, Mr. Jason Banowski. Jason is from Menard, Texas. He's basically a wool and mohair buyer, so we should know what we're doing here today. He also is a rancher. Ranches in Kimball County. He buys wool for the American Wool Services. He also buys out of Australia, and he buys mohair for South Africa with the Mohair International Limited. He's got, his wife is Amy. He has 3 kids, Addie, who's 18, Cato, who's 15, and Cade, who's 13. We'd like to welcome Mr. Jason Banowski here to work with our kids and evaluate our Angora goats. Three classes of goats. This first class has 28 individuals in it. Of the 28, 8 will be receiving ribbons and premium checks.
Okay, all right. We're about ready. Hello. Do you have my mic off?
You just gotta flip the switch, I think.
I did. Is it on? Okay, we're about ready to start the Junior Angora Goat Show. I think we have about 80 head today in 3 classes. We have a doe kid, a yearling doe, and an aged doe class. Our judge today is Mr. Jason Banowski. Jason grew up in Junction, Texas, currently lives in Menard. Jason is a mohair buyer, and we're very, very fortunate to have him with us today. If you look at the Angora goat, Preston and I talked earlier this morning, and back when I was growing up, I was young, and we had basically Angora goats and Rambouillet sheep. And as we know, over the years, that has changed some since we lost a wool and mohair incentive program in the mid-90s. The Boer goat has pretty well taken over the Angora industry. The Dorper sheep have pretty well taken over the fine wool or Rambouillet industry. But when we talk about the Angora goat and the Rambouillet sheep, these are 2 animals that not only we're worried about the meat production, the conformation of this animal, but we have to worry about the fiber that they grow. And so on the Angora goat, when Jason is out here judging them today, we usually put 50% on body conformation and 50% on the mohair that they grow. And so when you talk about mohair, we shear these goats twice a year. When they're kids and they're shorn for the first time at 6 months of age, they'll shear probably about 3 pounds of hair. When they finally get up, as they get older, they'll shear more. When they're 2 to 3 years of age, they should shear about 5 to 6 pounds each shearing, and they're shorn twice a year. Mohair grows very, very fast. It grows about 1 inch a month under optimum conditions. Right now, conditions are not optimum. We're very dry. We're pretty much in a drought. But they still, when you grow mohair, to be able to process mohair through all the different machinery, it's got to have a minimum of 4 inches in length. So most Angora goats in 6 months will grow at least 4 inches of hair, And so we don't worry about staple length in mohair a great deal. We do worry about staple length in wool. The main thing that drives the price of mohair is the fineness. The finer the mohair, the more it's worth. The other thing that in the wool industry, we worry about what we call yield, the amount of clean fiber that you're going to get out of a given volume of grease fiber. And the higher the yield, the more money, the more clean fiber you're going to get and the more that it's worth. We do not worry about yield with mohair because it will yield about 75% or better all the time, and so yield is not a concern. So rather than worry about fineness, staple, and yield like we do wool, the only factor that we really worry about in mohair is fineness. I look back over the years in the Angora goat industry. We used to have two different groups of people that raised different kind of goats, basically. But the price of mohair, or whether mohair was in fashion or not in Europe, determined on what the price would be. When mohair was in fashion, generally the finer hair is going to bring more money, and so we had a group of people that raised really fine-haired goats. In those years when there wasn't much of a price differential between the fine and coarse hair, then the coarse-haired producers, they had goats that shared a lot of pounds. They were heavy shearing goats. They had a lot of oil and grease in them, and so when their mohair was not in style and wasn't bringing much money, then the people that had the big, stout, greasy goats probably made more money. It has evolved over the years, so we don't see the coarse hair anymore, the real greasy goats. Most of the goats that we see now are the fine-haired Angora goats. I can remember the first time I ever judged Kerrville, which was back years ago. It was a major Angora goat show in Texas. They'd have 400 or 500 head of Angora goats in that show. But in the buck kid class, there were 105 head of buck kids. I knew I had to be very, very critical and only get the very best ones out of there. And when I made my first round, I'd picked about 35 out of the 105, or basically a third of them. There was also a third that was really, really poor, and then there was a third kind of in the middle that were just goats. Today, and you can look out there in the goats that we have in the ring right now, we have about 28 doe kids out here, and there's really not a bad one in the bunch. And so we have improved the quality, and Angora goats are really, really, really good. The problem is we don't have many of them anymore. Mohair during the past few years has been bringing up as high as $14, $15, $16 a pound. And so when you've got a goat that shares 5 or 6 pounds at that price, that's quite a bit of money. But we got down and we sold goats back when the incentive program came along, and Boer goats came in. We decreased the number of Angora goats. And so now to improve our Angora goats or increase the number of Angora goats, it would be very, very hard to do. They're not Angora goats, because of their high hair production, require a lot of good nutrition, and oftentimes kid production is not very good, and so it would be very hard to ever get our numbers back to where they used to be. At the Kerrville District Show, or used to be the District Show. We had that in Kerrville about 3 weeks ago. This is a show that basically is put on by Dr. Fred Speck. He's one of the individuals in the industry that has a passion for Angora goats and does a very good job. We had about 200 goats exhibited in that show. I think in Angelo last week we had about 175 that were entered. So we still have fairly good numbers. Again, today there's only 80 head here, but again, the quality is very, very exceptional. One of the programs that we have in terms of our youth, we have what we call wool and mohair judging programs. This has been going on. I participated in these back when I was a youngster. We still have them today. And we have clinics and teach these kids how to judge wool and mohair. We probably have about 10 or 12 counties that really participate in that. And we teach the kids how to evaluate wool and mohair. So again, I guess when you're judging one of these animals, the first thing I like to do before we can take an Angora goat and put them out in a commercial setting and they reproduce and do well, they've got to grow. We can't have little animals. We need some size on them. The more you increase size, the more or the greater the percentage kid crop you're going to have. But yet we have to worry about keeping the quality of the hair. So there's a happy medium in there. You've got to get an animal that has enough size and growth that can function and do and raise kids and yet have the fine hair. Used to, when I was younger, back years ago, we had animals that we always said an Angora goat as they got older, their hair got coarser, and that was true back years ago. I would say that we bred these animals to such a high degree now that we still have older animals that can have kid hair on them. As I said, a kid usually is the finest hair and it gets coarser as they get older. But now we have some animals that will produce kid hair their entire life. And that is due mainly to the breeding program and the selection that some of these Angora breeders have succeeded in doing. You look at some of these doe kids out here today, there's probably some in here that are getting close to 100 pounds, but normally we say we would like for kids to get up to 75 or 80 pounds. A grown doe, somewhere between 80 and 100 pounds. Again, if we shear them twice a year, they shear 5 pounds at each shearing. That's 10 pounds of hair that they produce.
Yeah, I saw that.
If you look at a Rambouillet sheep, they generally will share an average of about 10 pounds of wool, but we only share them once a year. And so they produce the same amount in terms of pounds of fiber, but when you consider that an Angora goat, that hair will yield about 75%. So there's going to be 7.5 pounds of clean fiber in a 10-pound fleece. A Rambouillet sheep would probably yield about 50 to 55%. So in their 10 pounds, they only share about 5 or 5.5 pounds of clean fiber. So you've got an animal that's probably smaller. A mature doe is probably smaller than a mature Rambouillet ewe, and yet she produces more clean fibers. So she's a more efficient fiber producer than a sheep is.
We've got what we need in the middle of the ring. We're going to dismiss those left on the rail. Let's give them a nice round of applause for coming to the show this year. We appreciate that.
I think Jason has selected about 10 doe kids out of the 28 that we had in the ring, and so he will now place those for us. When we think about the Angora goat, where they originally came from, we think of two countries. Basically, the little country of Turkey is where they originated. Probably the country that has the most Angora goats is South Africa. And we used to have a lot of Angora goats. I think at one time we had probably 3 or 4 million Angora goats in the United States. And of those, probably 95% of them were raised in Texas, because we do have the climate in terms of an arid, dry climate in which they do very, very well. We also have in the hill country, where a lot of Angora goats are raised, the live oak browse that they have. This is what they love to eat. And so they do very well in the hill country of Texas. One of the things that we really look for in the mohair is we would like for that goat to be uniform in fineness from one end to the other. Normally an Angora goat will be coarser up on the neck and maybe back on the breech. Due to selection, we have made a lot of improvement in that, and most of the goats today are fairly uniform from one end to the other. We have imported goats from South Africa over the years, and as you compare the goats from South Africa and the United States, most of the goats in South Africa have more body to them. They're deeper bodied, bolder sprung, a little more bone to them, stouter made. They probably have as much mohair on them, but the mohair tends to be in ringlets, but it is coarser than what most of our hair is here in the States, so we do have finer hair. We've crossed them with the South African goat, and it does real well. They add more body to our goats, which we can use most of the time, and yet our goats on their goats will probably add a little more fineness, which certainly doesn't hurt anything.
Comments on our Doe Kid class from our judge, Mr. Jason Banowski.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here to evaluate these Doe kids in San Antonio. It's been a few years since I've judged, and it's always I feel like I'm at home when I'm in Angora at an Angora goat show. It's always a pleasure to evaluate good livestock, and I tell you what, if a person likes fine-haired, stout-made Doe kids, well, then you're sure not disappointed in this class. I've tried to go through these goats. I'm pretty slow and methodical, so you'll have to bear with me. I just want to try to make, in what my mind is, the right decision. You know, everybody's got it with these Doe kids. You've really got to appreciate the uniformity and the fineness of these kids. I'm looking also for confirmation, and you know, when I look at these top three kids, there's not a lot of difference in their fleece quality. Very similar in staple length. They're just as uniform as they can be. I try to gravitate towards this kid that we're starting with more from an overall combination aspect, from body conformation, just a little bigger, stouter made, but yet maintaining that fineness of fleece. I'll tell you, a ringlet style, good uniformity, good density, just carrying a little more structure, a little stouter made than the two that we've placed right behind it. I wouldn't fault anybody for switching the order of these kids up some. I think we're splitting hairs with some of them kids. These kids are you know, I would say could work in anybody's operation. we move on to this kid in second, probably the best fleece kid in the class. Really, really uniform. I think the two does that we have here in second and third are extremely uniform in their fineness, in their lock formation. I find them very similar in their makeup as well. Just not quite as big and stout. And I tell you what, when you can have a kid that's that big and stout and still maintaining that fineness, I really like that. We just come on down in here to fourth, and we've got another really fine-haired goat, just a little smaller made, maybe not quite the rib structure, springiness, wider, not quite as wide a based as the kids we have up here ahead of us. We come on down to fifth, one that I kind of struggled with, a little bigger, stouter made than some of the goats that we have up here in front, but just didn't have quite the fleece quality. Excellent way to start out this show. Let's give these guys congratulations and applause.
Thank you for those comments. Placings in our first class of Angoras, our Doe Kid class. In 8th place was Kelby Blessing, Sutton County 4-H member. 7th place was Briley Stewart, Junction FFA. 6th, Cooper Lewis, Harper FFA. 5th, Jace Rabb, Fredericksburg FFA. 4th place, Bailey Plumley, Kimball County 4-H. 3rd goes to Shelby Mahia. 2nd also goes to Shelby Mahia. She's a Kerr County 4-H'er. And our class winner coming to us from the Fredericksburg FFA chapter, Jace Rabb. We'll get our next class up. Our yearling does, 27 entries in the yearling doe class. We'll get them checked in and in the ring here shortly. We've got all our yearling does in the holding pen. Here they come into the ring, 27. That means we place 8. 27 individuals, we will pay 8 premium monies. Folks, let's put our hands together. Let's reward these youngsters left on the rail. We're going to dismiss them at this time.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, now we're on. It's good to be back over here looking at the Angora goats with Frank. I tell you that Frank and I were just sitting here talking about the quality of this Angora goat show, and that group of does that was just excused from the ring. If a person could just start with that set of does, he could make a tremendous, have a tremendous start to develop a flock of Angoras. These Angoras have just gotten so good. They're so much better in their body conformation, and they're so much better in the fleeces and the uniformity of fineness of their fleeces. It's been neat since Frank and I showed these things. Frank actually showed more of them than I did, but we showed here in San Antonio. I don't think either of us had anything that looked like these. We showed back when in the old flat roof building that was sort of unique to the grounds, and now it's been removed. We talked about that earlier. But one year, Frank and I actually got an extra pen, and we slept in that pen for about 3 days. That's where we stayed. Frank and I weren't blessed with having the world's best money supply, and so rather than get a dormitory room up there in the old dormitory, we just got us a goat pen, and we lived out of a box of groceries, and still remember that to this day, Frank. Of course, what I also remember is the morning of the show that our parents had to come wake us up.
One of the things that I did not mention earlier, years ago, when we think about mohair, there used to be two different styles or types. They called them B-type and C-type. C-type was the ringlet lock, and B-type was the old flat lock. And you would actually show them in classes according to B-type or C-type. Fortunately, we don't have the B-type anymore. Everything's C-type or ringlet like you see today, and which is generally finer. It's just more uniform, just a nicer character all the way through.
Different style, really, and as you said, it's so much more uniform. I still just really marvel at the body that these Angora does have now. That's been improved as much as the hair quality.
Talked a little earlier, Preston, before you got up here about crossing with the South Africans, and those goats do have more body than ours. Our goats are finer than theirs, but we've got a lot more body in these goats than we used to. They used to be kind of, we call them slab-sided, pretty flat-ribbed.
That is the case, and those, when you go back to the country with these goats, those South African type goats with a little more body conformation and ruggedness, they last better. Those bucks, you buy those, and they work pretty good. I know Frank feels just like I do, that it's really neat to watch a young man like Jason judge this show, because Frank and I got to watch him grow up, and we know how active he was as a 4-H member himself. And I'll tell you, when it came to judging wool and mohair, this guy was hard to beat, and coaching 4-Hers against his county was pretty tough. But and of course he's been so active in the wool and mohair industry still, but it's just a real treat for us to get to watch these young men that we've seen come up through the program and still are dedicated to helping young people learn as much as they can.
I can remember officiating all of those wool and mohair contests, and they'd always tell me, Craddock, you missed one, because that's not what Jason called it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as we come into the yearling does, again, what a great set of does that we have to represent our yearling division. You know, one thing we try to do is we try to be consistent in how we're placing things. Is anybody knows that I've ever judged a goat show before? I like fine-haired goats, and I like a body to go with it. We've got two different pairs, in my opinion, here that are all four good goats. We got our two top pair that, to me, are very similar in fineness. They're by far the finer fleece goats in the class in terms of fineness and uniformity. We're giving up a little bit of structure and size to the third and fourth place goat. But to me, these does are not small frame goats by any means. If you line them up, they're not quite the size that we have in these other two goats. But again, like I say, these are going to work fantastic in any commercial or registered breeding operation. Just two really nice does, in my opinion. I think they're very similar in their fleece qualities. I like the way this goat's built a little better. She's just got a little more rib structure. I know our old friend Joe David Ross always talks about heart girth and rib capacity, and she, to me, just has that. She just puts it a little more together for me. Again, just a very similar doe in second. We get into I struggled between the second and third place doe because I like the body on this doe. She is bigger, stouter framed. She has got a really good fleece, but just not as fine a fleece as the goat we have in second. She's just got a little harsher touch to her handle on the fleece. The doe we have in second, it's just a softer handle. That fleece opens up a little better. So I put her in third just for fleece quality. And she is by no means inferior in fleece quality. I just couldn't quite get her any higher, and I want to try to be consistent. This doe that we have in fourth, again, just a big, stout, pretty doe that's going to raise lots of kids, going to have a lot of future. Her fleece was just a little tighter. It just had a little harsher handle to it. She gave up a little bit of staple length for the does that we had ahead of her. Just not quite as soft a handling of a fleece. I like this doe the way she's built better than anyone in the class. Excellent set of does. Congratulations to all you exhibitors.
Placings in Class 2 yearling does in the Angora show. 8th place, Stellar Harder, Sutton County 4-H member. 7th place, Riley Henderson from the Junction FFA chapter. 6th place goes to Kelby Blessing, Sutton County 4-H. 5th, Briley Stewart, Junction FFA. 4th, Bailey Plumley, Kimball County 4-H. 3rd, Kaylee Ottmers, Bandera County 4-H. 2nd, Shelby Mahia, Kerr County 4-H, and Shelby also is our class winner. Shelby Mahia, 1st place, Kerr County 4-H. This time, if you would bring your age does up, 25 entries in the age doe class, we'll bring them up, get them checked in, and directly we'll get them placed, and then we'll have our selection of our champion Angora, and that comes along with a $10,000 scholarship. We've got our age does checked in, and here they come into the show ring. If you came to show in Angora, you better be coming in the ring right now, because this is your last opportunity today. Once again, folks, how about a nice round of applause for those exhibitors exiting the arena at this time? Thank you. We appreciate that.
Well, as you can tell, I really struggle with this class. The thing that I always say, that anybody that judges an Angora goat show ought to have also raised Angora goats as well. So it gives you a true appreciation of hair quality, you know, and body and size. And so for me, on a mohair buyer's side, I really appreciate the quality of that fleece. You know, fineness of fleece is everything. From a production side, you know, I really appreciate that size and structure. There's no question about it. You either go 1, 2, 3 like we have them with size, or you start the class with the second and the third, and then you finish the first place goat here we have in first, you finish him third. I'm not going to fault anybody in the way they want to do it. What I see in these goats is several things, though. I see this first place goat is just a massive body, huge spring of rib, big structure, and she's got the fleece to go with it. Is she as fine as the second and the third place goat? No, she is not. She's not a coarse-haired goat. She's adequately fine. She's got good staple length. She's just got that big old massive body, and I think she's got adequate fineness. We move into this second place goat, a goat that I really like. You cannot get an aged goat much finer than this right here. You've got percentage of yield that I really like about this goat. If I'm comparing the two, though, I've got more size, structure here, more capacity. I've got more pounds of clean mohair just from total pounds. We've got percentage of yield here. We've got fineness. Two totally different kind of goats. I'll tell you, anybody on a different day might place these totally reversed. I think whatever you do with the second place goat, the third place goat's got to be right beside it, because to me the two are made very similar. Again, very uniform, very fine fleece, good yield on the fleece. I just saw this doe, her staple length was not quite as long as the doe we have in here in second. We roll into number 4 here. Again, just a very nice, a big made doe that just doesn't have quite the fineness of fleece and quite the uniformity to compete with the one that we have up here in third. Excellent set of aged does, though. Congratulations to all you guys.
Placings in our aged doe division of our Angora Goat Show. 8th place, Shelby Mejia. 7th place, Stellar Harder. 6th place, Kaylee Ottmers. 5th place, Jace Rabb. 4th place, Kelby Blessing. 3rd place, Adelie Stewart. 2nd place, Shelby Mejia. And our class winner from Kimball County 4-H, Bailey Plumley. We'll give these youngsters a second. They'll get their 1st and 2nd place finishers. Come back in. We'll have our selection of our overall grand champion Angora goat of the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Exposition, followed by the selection of the reserve. Remember, the selection of the grand goes along with a $10,000 scholarship.
Well, again, it's really been my pleasure to come and evaluate these Angora goats here in San Antonio. I want to thank San Antonio Stock Show for inviting me to come evaluate these goats, and I want to thank Brian Ferris also for inviting me to come look. I always enjoy looking at goats. I tell you, I've been buying mohair and been around Angora goats I've been around Angora goats my whole life. Been buying mohair now for 25 years. And the Texas production of Angora goats is better now than it ever has been. We might be smaller, but our quality is as good now as it's ever been. You take these goats right here, and you put those in a show anywhere in the world, and I tell you what, they're going to stack up really good against South Africa, Australia, wherever you want to go. The quality here that we see is just phenomenal. We've talked about these goats. I've told you the things that I like about them. I tell you just, to recap the age doe that we have here, she's just hard to get around. When you put together a complete package, she's got that big body. She's got a wide base to her. She's springy in her ribs. She's got the capacity to raise kids, and that's what we gotta have. As I said earlier, she's got the fleece to go with it. She's fine from front to back. She's maybe not the finest age goat that we have here, but plenty fine for me. We go to our yearling, just a beautiful doe. There's not a bit of difference in the fleece quality from front to back. She's probably one of the most uniform does in this whole show in terms of her fleece quality. Just really, really fine fleeced. You've got to really appreciate the fineness of mohair on both of these goats at their age. For a goat to maintain that kind of fine fleece, it is an age doe and is a yearling is really good. We come down here into the kid, and if you want to picture what an Angora goat's supposed to look like, what a kid's supposed to look like, that's pretty hard to get around there. That's what one's supposed to look like. Really pretty kid. I think, as I said, anybody that judges a show can tweak these placings just a little bit, and I don't think you're going to have anybody fault. Before we go on, let's give these guys a round of applause. I tell you, they've done a fantastic job. I hope them all the best and congratulate them all for what they've done. I hope there's many more goat shows ahead. With that being said, I'll go select the champion.
Your champion goat and recipient of a $10,000 scholarship from the San Antonio Livestock Exposition is Miss Bailey Plumley, Kimball County 4-H member. We're going to follow the reserve champion, will be out of the aged class as well. And that's Shelby Mejia's goat. Yes, Shelby Mejia out of the age class is the reserve champion. Let's put our hands together for all of the exhibitors. Also for Mr. Jason Banowski for coming out and working with us today and evaluating these animals and working with our young people. Once again, thanks everybody for coming out. Y'all have a good evening. Make sure you have all your possessions with you and have a safe drive home. We'll see you tomorrow morning about 8 o'clock for some open Boer goat showing. That right, Bailey Wilson?